Rabbi, what's going on? How are you? Yes, sir. The next one. They did go wild. Have a good night, big dog. Thank What up, Sue? Sue, what up, Tim? Are you ready to lose? Are you ready to lose? Alright, well then go to bed, big dog. I was gonna send you an invite for dice party. Of course you will. What up, Zoo? Yep. What did you say? Dude, you're up.
Rabbi, you say the water brother of Trump.
Oh, did you know the New York Knicks won the NBA title for the first time in 53 years?
You know Australia when
That's tight, dog. Does that make you happy? That's tight, dog. Does that make you happy?
I mean the Chauncey that was running on 600 betting out.
That's not zero.
That is a crazy 4 times.
That was a bad move.
What?
Because I think so.
Rabbi, you know your name?
Yeah, but not like incredibly well. Not doing super well.
Do you know just go to courthouse?
Yes, sir.
That man.
Everything's a bad move to do too.
Rabbi,
What up, Kim? Rabbi, 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 Rabbi.
Top five rappers.
Rabbi, 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 or Dylon, 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 Dylon. You don't even understand Dylon, 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 Dylon. It's from a Chappelle show. Somebody says, who are the top five rappers of all time? To this guy that Dave Chappelle's playing. And he says, Dylon, 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 Dylon. Because I spit hot fire.
He's just wrote a watch for it.
Yes, sir. This isn't good, dude. Not good for me. Probably.
They should get that 5 times.
Oh,
Right.
oh, it's over, folks.
No, you should be correct.
That still wouldn't give me the lead.
Thank you for listening.
Well,
Rabbi, how many sixes going to
a lot.
I won.
What do you want to play next?
Did you know it? I'm preparing tomorrow.
I'm happy with you.
Do you know that I'm going to win?
No, that's incorrect.
I just put you off.
Look at the scoreboard, big man.
That was a good show.
Are you proud of it?
That just helped me.
Yes, sir.
That was a shit show.
That was bad.
You know that?
That is good.
So was it?
Are you serious? What up, big dog? It's over. No, you call Riser and you play mini golf with us. Dude, you're up. Dude, you've never beaten me in this. I beat you all the time. Maybe. That might be right. That sounds like a you problem. What's that, dude? Dude, I haven't made a mistake yet.
The good news is you don't make mistakes. And he makes a mistake, man. I told him Rabbi, how did you put it right?
Like $1 million, baby. You're not even gonna. You're not even gonna finish. I bet I'd win before you finish.
I've never. Rabbi.
What up, Tim? I like Frank's nacho. You? James McCann is second. The Beat Poet is third. Dude, are you gonna finish? Dude, are you gonna finish? Dude, are you gonna finish?
Are you saying she's gonna win? Everything's gonna make real comedy stuff.
Chelsea.
Yeah, real comedy.
No one can hear what you said.
Real comedy. We're gonna go check.
When does it air? Yeah, but dude, they don't know how to run a fucking show. They need to put that out way earlier. They need to put that out way earlier. Because it's just too much time in between the tournament and the airing of it. I don't know. I don't know why they're running it the way they are. It doesn't take that much time.
No, it makes sense. You know what?
Where's that big dog?
The fear is the conflict between when the comedy festival is going to happen again, so they're going to like look at tickets for next year.
It's garbage.
It's garbage.
It's garbage. Do you have an invitation, dog?
Rabbi.
What up, Zoot?
Have we figured out how to front row yet?
We're working on it, baby. You have a shot to score and win. No way.
Do I get it in?
No.
I just help you. That's a big deal. How do you stop that? Why did I do that? Why did I do that?
Word.
I think this is want to hear my favorite part of every single movie?
Absolutely.
City of God, Casino, Wizard of Oz, and then Artificial Intelligence.
AI.
Yeah, AI, Artificial Intelligence.
That's a great list.
Have you seen that movie?
No.
You know what it's about?
Artificial intelligence? Are you serious?
Yeah.
Did you see I just own gold?
So Stanley Kubrick was he like it's amazing because Stanley Kubrick wrote the scripts was meant to be his last movie of life, and then Steven Spielberg took it over.
Okay, I have to check it out.
So it's like you're watching a Kubrick film, like the first half that you're watching a Kubrick film, I mean it's into a Steven Spielberg movie halfway through. It's like this is amazing. It's like the two best writing translated over one movie. It's just like the most amazing movie.
Right.
Like the cinematography, and then halfway through it just turns into like Wizard of Oz meant to be like the actor from The Sixth Sense,
Bruce Willis?
the kid actor.
Haley Joel Osment?
Yeah. What happened to it?
He made enough money, he didn't need to be an adult actor. Gesundheit. Gesundheit. Weird, dog. Dude, everybody's waiting on you. Dude, go. Dude, go.
Have you seen Sixth Sense?
Some of it.
Some of it?
Yeah, I see dead people, all that stuff.
That's at the end.
I know.
You spoke all this.
I don't give a flying fuck.
Is that a good movie?
Is that a good move or a good movie?
I might go for it.
Okay, that's a cool story.
I just Rabbi, what's the better burger?
Versace on the floor, 24 karat magic. or Uptown Funk. Do you see the scoreboard? Just asking, do you see it?
Yeah, you still saw it again.
Oh, I know.
Another reason you made it,
True.
right? Do what you skip in points if you roll a stroke. You ready? You ready? You ready? You ready? You ready? What are you watching? What are you watching?
Podcast. What'd you say, right? What'd you say, Sue? He came in here recently, maybe.
Rabbi. Rabbi.
What up, Zoo?
I think if you get the bonus,
But I'm not getting the bonus.
this is rough. Wow. You can bake. You can bake. Sorry, God, man. really bad.
That's a cool story.
How long?
I could tie you. I need 2 5s here to tie you.
There are like, where it says 13,
The what?
is there a guy on the top entry H? Yeah.
Where do I find this?
The front page.
I'm on the front page. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, there is.
Why is he so high up?
Probably bots himself.
There?
He probably bots himself.
His 40, his Bible part is better than his old. Yes.
Maybe he's just undefeated in the game or something. You have an invitation.
Oh. Oh.
You can buy it.
Yeah.
Okay, well you have an invitation. Dude, accept my invitation. You have 10 seconds. Come on. Okay, come on. Come on, accept my invitation. Dude, that was one of the best shots I've ever seen. Yeah.
Looks the same page. Rabbi, you have to get out. You have to get it. For sure. Oh. Yes. The general director. What are you watching?
Okay. What a shot. I've never seen a ball that far forward.
That's not good enough. No, you have him for that not for it. It's just the lifespan for the whole is a different sport. You should usually get more.
Okay.
You suck at this, brother. You suck at this.
I learned how to do it really well.
Repository.
No, I taught myself.
Is that bad?
Yes.
For you? For me? Uh, I will. I will. Hey, Rabbi.
What up, Sam?
Do you know who the Veronicas are?
The Veronicas?
Yeah.
Nobody knows who they are.
They're a pop duo from Australia.
Scale of 0 to 10 then.
They're older. They're older.
Okay. Dude, this would be the greatest comeback in the history of the game. Down 2 to win.
How did you know that was better? How did you know that was better?
Because of the name Veronica. Veronica's a girl's name.
Good shot. Good shot. It's really.
That's true.
Does anyone want Rothschild?
Yeah,
Why?
they were big in the early 2000s.
Yeah. One of them was a host. One of them was a judge.
Dude, that's the biggest win in the history of the game. The biggest comeback. It's the biggest comeback anybody has could have. Down 2-0 after 2 goals, and they come back for a straight up three. I've never done that. That's incredible. Dude, you have an invitation. Dude, you sent me a sticker. That's cool. You're up, Zoo. Psych. Dude, this game is over. Dude, this game is over. I think that's like the biggest win you can have. Pretty close to it. 42. Dude, you have an invitation. Dude, dude, fucking what? No, come on, come on. Head stop, Coffee and Beaverton will rise again. No doubt. No worries, Beaverton. Where the fuck is that? Nobody knows. I don't know. No one knows. What the fuck? Don't. No. Stop this. This is it. Stop it. This is athleticism. Folks. 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 Hippie men's clothing. 59% off store buy. Why would you ever go? No. Yo. Dog. Are you serious? Dog. Dog. Are you serious? Because it's athleticism focus on like athletic athleticism area. Maybe we'll see if we have a yo, yo,
Yeah, exactly. All right, shut up, shut up. Got fucking Karen on him. I promise you this time will be some fucking fan. Like he's gonna abide by this great. I will get you. The only guy to order Monster Energy. So excited to have you guys here. Of course, you know they have EP podcast available everywhere. Of course, it's Jacob that's Jacob at Jacob Jacob.com. His name is Louis J. Gomez, just in case. Yeah. It's gonna be a blast. So it's that podcast, and we're all going to this podcast. We have Louis, we have Mike, we have Rick and Soundboard. You guys know that we have a man on the show? Know that? It's Jay Gomez? Fuck yeah, you did. One time the man was actually sick, or Nick James. It's Jay Gomez. You never know what they're going to be their characters every episode. They were getting ready in December. Let's all find out together what they are tonight. One of my favorite things going on. My funniest friend. Make the noise that damn man in the lane. Kill Tony, man. Cheers. Now on. Shoulder Jimenez and Chroma Chris. Wow. See what they are. Whoa. Wow. Oh my goodness. I can't believe we've seen these guys before in a long time. Crowd goes absolutely wild. Incredible. Yeah, all right. Yeah. Is this it? Yeah, I just tried to use the bathroom around to let me in. Trying to get me surprised. Yeah, that's all that's all they've done. Oh, man, I thought there was some extra on it. They have a big show every normally people don't take shots at the band like that. I think Mike Bisping taking clear advantage of his physical situation right now. How's it going over there, Jeremiah? What is your name? I can't remember this cowboy's name. Herschel, alright. And you are, you are a futuristic cowboy, is that correct? I've seen you on the show before. Half robot, half man. Very good. And it's interesting. Next to you, I have you go right ahead. Clearly next to you, we have a story again. Full-blown aid. Tomorrow. And here we are, clearly back here. We have fucking Protect Peninsula right here. Exciting. This little gay cowgirl, huh? That first show did legit football show side. Hilarious show. Like How's that relationship that you got, Avon? Do you believe you love money? Is that what they talk about? You always Hey, how'd that go? Next thing you know, you're breakdancing. You ever use the infinite DVD? She wanted to be a Christian. Oh my god. You're not supposed to puppeteer a handicap guy. Let's check in the church. Dave, is there anything else you want to say or that we should know before we put our ribbon on this thing? Yeah, we know. And you are so hilarious, Steve, and it's very funny. Playing these I do you feel names. I'll do it right now. What I'm gonna say. No, I mean listen, I'm going on. Back on hell yeah. And we all know this thing has denied for talent. So what I'll say right now is Steve, you're fucking great, dude. You really are. I can't let your brain out and speak myself. Marshall. Steve, we have one. I want to say show like no other and you got a great honest great attitude for comedy appreciation of comedy. Out in March live from Houston, Texas. Everything's bigger in Texas except for Steve Lee's dance. One more time, good laugh with a great Steve Lee, everybody. We did it, everybody. Nobody has more fun on a Monday than us. How about one more time? Like this thing, everyone. Look at this drawing with the great Ryan J. emailed everybody. He drew that while you were all sitting there doing nothing. Show these guys. Just incredible. Look at that. Isn't that amazing? The artist, Ryan J. How about one more time for Phil Tony, absolute icon and brother, the great Louis J. Gomez, everybody. The fourth from New York, the Rican. It's always streaking. Louis J. As a special Louis J. Gomez. Louis J. Gomez. They have their podcast, Believe You Me, available everywhere on iTunes, Spotify, absolutely everything. This was so much fun, an epic, legendary episode. Going to be looked back upon in history books. One more time for our newest regular, David Lucas. And it's like a year since we had a regular. We used to have two regulars. Started back in the days of both the jockey and Wine Shank and Condon, and Wine Shank and Popsky and Esplinger. Now we're back to the combo of Montgomery and Dave. Exciting new era for Tony. How about a hand for the one, the only, the leader of the band, Jeremiah Watkins, everybody. November 16th is Huntington Beach, headlining a big show, November 29th and 30th, St. Louis, Missouri. December 19th, 21st, Kansas City, Kansas. Tickets for JeremiahWatkins.com. The brand new episode of Jeremiah Watkins, I believe it's Mark Norman. No, it's David Lucas. Whoa! How's that for timing? Don't forget, we just added a show to Washington, D.C. November 2nd. The other sold out show, Tony. It's a really big deal. And I think I can say that we're going to New York right after that. We're taking our Gramercy Theater November 10th. Congratulations to New York. One more time for the silent but deadly Chroma Chris on guitar over there. Carl Moro. Anything, what do you think about tonight's episode, Chris? Tony, I want to thank you for wow. Clearly not his episode. What's it called? Malfunction. Wait, you let him fuck you too? No, I mean, he wanted me to fuck him, so I just let him fuck my head. Let's check him. There was no anal, alright? Let's check him with Christopher over here. I would like to tell you about the air program right now. So you're doing both. You're going in. Where are you guys at? Your place, this place? We're at an Airbnb. Oh my god. Oh my goodness. Airbnb. That's fun at home. Wow. Goddamn. Balls reference. Interesting content. So, you're serious? Best blowjob of your life? Yeah, it's pretty good. Yeah, what's so good about it? Right, cheers. A lot of muscle. A lot of muscle. A lot more suction. You know, women are like, when you're dating a woman, you like fucking into it. Oh my goodness. Like a spaghetti noodle. Like that. They like slurp around. My goodness. When you say muscle, what exactly do you mean? What muscles was he using? Like a jaw muscle. Jaw muscle. You know, like a good bicep thing going. Oh my god, so you were really into this. That picture first time getting a blowjob from a guy. It was my first and last time. I won't, no. Well, you don't know that. Right. Nobody knows anything. How do you know how do you know it's your last time? You hang up that shirt you were wearing and grab it? Like that? Ladies and gentlemen, retiring from the blowjob field. A heavy reader. So what makes you say last one ever? I don't know, like it felt great. The one that like he like convinced me to do. Yeah, how did he do that? What did he have to say? He's like, I was like, you're right. Wow. All right. How long do you think you lasted? Yeah. Okay. Oh, that's pretty long. So, like, we're in the room that's like in the middle of everything, so like the drugs are in the back room, and we were coming through. Like, oh, so we had to like kind of pause a little bit. So, this was in a crowded place. Oh yeah, I love. Wow, look at you. Yeah, when you give up your principles. All right, let's go where everybody. Yeah, everybody's got a bunch more interesting life than me. I just have two. You ever get your dick sucked? I do too. So it's like, we're saying it's like in a room, like a dining room area, or you know, it's like a side room, but it's like side. It's like the hallway kind of comes through the room. You gotta go to the room to get to back. Yeah. So it's like a closet. No, it's a room. It had a bed. Hey. Heck yeah. Other than getting your dick sucked by a guy, Dante, what would you say the second gayest thing you've ever done in your life is? Oh, I mean, I kissed the guy before. Hey, look at that. What's that guy's name? Cheese? I want to shut up. Dante, how long have you done stand up? 8 years. 8 years. Wow. And what do you do for a living? I used to work probably from San Diego. I just moved here, and I got a job at a sushi place. Ah, I don't know the sushi. How often do you work? Not enough. I can't say that. I think you only about a gender blower. Yeah, gender's cool, man. This money game sort of. I other night sort of some bullshit about the text about jump on. Um, I did it. I told the doctor the next day. I said, you told him about letting your urine and he gets strep throat. Strep throat. Where was this doctor at? Philippines. Yo, he was the Philippines doctor. Oh, the look of him in Tom Road. On over here. Up in the Philippines. Hey, hell yeah. Hey, Tom. We act like I went down on the ship for a long time. Nah, you know what? Let's skip that. Let's skip that. Let's skip this idea. This is your first time being seen by very powerful Eddie episode. Anyway, your thoughts on I am confused. But I sense the funniness. You know, it just needs to be nurtured and modeled. And William, something looks different about you. Did you shave your eyebrows off or something like that? What's different? Did somebody do something to you this past week? I found myself for nights ago looking at walls of bread, walls of brothers, leaves of milk, what's going on, how long I can it take 30 minutes to get here, rack on the high gate, William answer right now, what's up, what's going on, what's happening, got sick, or the hospital for weeks, up to a month. William, I see a piece of paper sticking out of your pocket that has little words on it. Clearly, you write. What do you write? And why is it that you don't ever do any of that on the show? Or what do you have there? Can you give us an example of something that you haven't done on the show before that you've written? I have just bullet point. Yeah. Michael would see underneath them in quotation marks. Hold on. This is receipts. Look at that. The reaction you give when you do joke. Incredible. Do another one. So I got an idea for a t-shirt, color is circumstance, color green, and oh, you do. I like it style. Got it written out word for word. Send that word for word. Wow. Well, William, hold on. Just okay, now save some of this. You have a lot of shows coming up this week, and you know, gonna be rolling around with us. Thank you all so much. Early, I started trusting Jesus. So in the Philippines, all right, here you go, William Montgomery, everybody. I can't figure out what. All right, we have a brand new regular, ladies and gentlemen. Last week, this guy was christened as, I believe, our seventh or eighth ever regular in the history of the show. This is his first time in the rotation, getting to write and perform a new minute every single week. Everybody's happy, thrilled about this. He is a monster, and we have so much fun every time he's on. Thanks to his brand new minute from the great David. Here we go. Here we go. There he is, David Lucas. Come on, one more time for David, everybody. Yeah, man, I'm trying to get more healthy. Able to eat shit. Yeah. Hired a trainer. But I hate when trainers Have you run out of money yet? Oh yeah, yeah. Yeah. So how do you survive? Family very disappointed family. Do you know that? Yeah. I didn't want a calendar. No, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. So when you say your family, all right. When you say your family's disappointed in you, like when you were talking about. Oh no, I mean now they're starting to come around. I gotcha. That makes sense. No, it's just do you wear your hair in that pose? Yeah, usually. Just yeah, you know, yeah, we all make fun. Why do you just it's just being. I don't wear. Wow, Jesus Christ. A real life YouTube for the audience. Zero star knowledge. Right here. Okay. Yeah. So tell us more about you. Are you into music? Very into dude. You're you have the San Francisco, got a band fun in Mexico. Yeah. When I had money, I was rock climbing. Yeah. No. Yeah. I used to travel to go to like Mexico, Puerto Rico, St. York, Yosemite. All the time rock. Yeah. Wow. You thought Red Man hated you before you find out to be able to come rock climbing. So rock climbing. What else? It's something that you interesting. I used to be a raging alcoholic, sober. How long you been sober for? 3 years. Makes dating very hard. Just sober dating very. You think that's a big part? Oh yeah, that personality, the hair, everything else. Right. You rock the band while going on dates. No, usually I wear. Oh, yeah. Interesting. Your joke be very everything, but you said incredible and very not really hilarious, very everyone and silent. Sorry, Pepper. You know what I don't think about hair? Yeah. You like it? I kind of like it. I just also can't figure out what I would want to do with it. You should get a haircut right now. Like that. Why is you got going on where you don't want to your hair? I'm organized TV pilot that's got me kind of look like Jesus. So yeah. Oh, okay. That makes sense. They never think. Yeah, well, you get fucking cut your hair, man. It's true. So you got no girlfriend, no love life, dating hard. Yeah, I had a man get that on the way to date rape. Really? Yeah. I had a man get that talk about. I was on the line, but like this, feeling or something the whole night. What happened? It was pretty much okay. It was a common date, but I had to eat out, so that was alright. Do you have any minutes for it? Yeah. So now we can let's grow and stuff. Right. Right. I'm sure your dad was excited when he found out you pay for all that too, right? Well, I was oh, like that. Well, it was, I was, not take like 6 months, beat myself up, I let the called out. Beating yourself up. Like, see this guy beat himself up. Oh, there you go. No, I beat myself with my fist, no, and, what? I beat myself with my fist, no, so they called you beat yourself, so like, where would you hit? So enter towards the region, and that, oh my goodness, they saw you, like, oh my god, what will the distance do? Right? Well, no, I light bruising. I told when they showed up, they said, we remember something. No, I know. Right.
Welcome to Cosmic Wishes. We're going to turn wishes into cosmic wishes by applying science. And what we're going to do with our guests is we're going to have them tell us their wish. And then we're going to draw from one of these science cards. And there are hundreds of science cards. So we're going to draw a science card randomly. We're going to apply that science to your wish to make your wish cosmic. And then after we do that, we're going to go to a series of activity cards. And there are hundreds of these too. And we're going to apply scientific based activities to their wish and make their wish even stronger.
Yo, what up, dog? How you living, pimp? Yo. Did you get your hours straightened out yet? Fuck no.
I mean, I'm trying to.
You know we've got UFC tonight, right? 5 p.m.
Yeah, fuck. That might be over like.
Dude,
I woke up at like 6.
you woke up at like 6. Okay. I've got a.
You know, I think you're gonna like the traveling.
Okay. I can play.
Laundry list of updates that I've applied, including a very special bonus one that I think you'll like.
Okay, I can play. Maybe just one game for right now because I've got a podcast to do at 7, and I've got some stuff that I have to do this morning. Got to pray, and I've got to do my Kabbalah class. So I'm gonna do that at 5. But I'm good for the next like 2 hours. So that sounds good. Google, the fucking schmucks at Google banned like I don't know 600 of my blog, like a lot. But that's okay. If I lost every blog in the world to them, I'd be fine. It's like who cares? Nobody gives a shit anyway. So long as I don't lose my like main blog from Medium, I'm fine. Like Medium, I care about. The other shit was just AI. So that's that.
Why did they delete it? Because you create a bunch of accounts.
I didn't create a bunch of accounts. I created a bunch of blogs, and they just said it's spam. But what is spam? Spam is just non-approved advertising, and I don't know why it should even fucking matter. Like you should be able to put whatever you want. But as long as it's not like like my stuff is very scientific. Anyway, no big deal. Um, and then I have a podcast to do today, a podcast to do tomorrow. Uh, Let me check my calendar really quickly. Nothing Tuesday. Okay. Oh, podcast on Wednesday. Um, and then so, and I'm lining up podcasts for this this week as well. And I got the opportunity to do two interesting ones. I gotta look more into what this woman wants to do. Uh, like basically, one of them is called cosmic wishes, where you just have a wish, um, and she says that she uses cards, which already like if it's like tarot, it's generally considered against Judaism, um, because it's generally seen as like some kind of forbidden divination. So I'll have to look, and maybe I can't do that one. But Tarot? No, it's tarot.
Tarot. I've only heard people say tarot.
Nobody does it. Okay, so tarot, it's French. Yeah, it's tarot. Nope, nobody. Are you saying tarot? Like carrot?
Yeah, not tarot, but carrot. Like you're talking about tarot cards, like Tarot.
Yeah, that's tarot.
Okay.
Um,
Where are those things from?
I believe they are. Well, I think the pronunciation is French. Um, but those types of divining tools are go back to antiquity. Um, so um, I know a guy who's really into them. He's in one of the Masonic lodges I'm in, and um, so they first appeared in Ferrara and Milan here in Italy.
Interesting. Wouldn't have guessed that.
Yeah, 1430s. 1430s.
Yeah, that's kind of fun.
All right, are you ready?
Wait, can I just read you this? This changes.
Sure thing.
Alright, so one, the game session refresh. Before when you refresh, it just puts you back to the that's it. So you can refresh and then you're still in the same game.
That's tight.
Every word you play, you get a definition. Not give you the definition. Only if the dictionary doesn't have the word. Give you the definition of it. Which I have to, I guess, fix that at some point. Yeah. So every word definition now comes in the thing. game handicap, and you can set the field, set each person's handicap to anywhere from 0 to 1,000 starting points. For 3 players.
Excellent.
Consistent blank tiles, appearance, dark mode should be fixed. It did. I did test it. It was fixed, and then I haven't tested it after I've done some other stuff. So, but no problem. Reposition the game settings card below. That's number 5. Drag that to the bottom. Oh, one other thing that's not listed here is that like I just got rid of like the margins and padding on it.
Yes.
So that like
Good.
like not just on the like all of the like bubbles. Because there's like padding on the side. They just go straight to the edges now, but then also fix like the tile rack. That was a big one. Tile rack is fixed. And also the game board, you don't have to adjust that anymore. It's just that. Or you can still adjust it, but it should be like pretty solid and basically like auto build to the side. I told it to get rid of the margins and go to like straight to the edges. There's still like a tiny little gap, but it's all better now. The end game scorecard recap. You'll see what that is. So yeah, autoplay and flip turn rotation. So when Zeus cheats, or rugs big call, it'll just skip his turn and it won't bug out. Also I added a feature where if you have tiles on the board and it's a valid word, even if you don't press play the word, it'll still check if there's a valid word, try to play it. And if it is a word, then it'll just play it for you automatically. So you can just, if you don't feel like pressing the play with word button, just let the time run out. Click up the point. Just like literati. And
that's great.
Yeah, you can also stack those tiles in the rack by selecting it, highlighting it, and then just clicking on another tile, and then it will change swap the positions of those tiles. So, like, if you want to create a word in your tile rack, you can do that. This is a big one. Real-time tile tracking of the remaining tiles. So you clearly see how many of each tile go left. Just like the pros. What else? We have the colors toggle slider setting. So when there's 10 seconds left, it'll warn and flash red, and then if you have a word, then it'll highlight green pretty clearly. Like you'll clearly be able to see if you have that setting enabled. What is this? Some tile rack responsive scaling for stuff, and that's 12 is responsive board dynamic sizing auto setting. And there's a secret surprise which you'll see if you go there. But I'll see if you can find it. So it's the best. So let me know when you're there, ready to play.
You send an invite or is it a code?
Oh yeah, it's like the code. Let me know when you want the code.
One moment. Okay, I'm ready for oh,
Yeah, PVBMD.
okay, I'm in. Board looks great. Tile rack looks great. Remaining tiles, that's cool.
Let me know if you find the secret setting.
When you type in the chat, at least on dark mode, you can't read the text. It's white and gray.
Um, you prefer dark.
Yeah. Okay, where's the timer?
Fuck, I didn't put that in. I'll create a new. My apologies.
No worries.
Canceled it.
What are your thoughts on the Knicks winning the NBA title? Oh wait,
Yeah, I watched it. Like the last 5 minutes. Or not even like the last minute. It's a very close game. Alright, the code is PEWN.
hold on. Do I have to quit this game?
Yeah.
Okay. You maybe want to put on there for quit. Like, are you sure? If you quit, done.
No, you can join back.
Oh, okay. PEWET.
PWN.
PWNT.
PEWN, like Marley and then T.
Okay, I'm in.
Alright. Did you find the secret setting?
Uh, I see set speed, light mode, colors, quit,
There you go. Alright. No.
remaining tiles. That's really cool. Remaining tiles does not need a scroller though. Dictionary lookup, gameplay log, room chat.
Europe.
In dark mode, the board is still like is it supposed to be?
You can change it.
How do you change it?
You scroll to the bottom where there's down to game settings. This is a secret thing. There's a cog icon in the upper right. When you change it, and it opens up a huge color menu. You can customize the board and the tiles.
That's tight, but it just needs to be a plus. Then if you quit that, it quits it. Hold on. It should
There's
just
a backtick inside the back.
okay. Okay, I'm back.
Just play in light mode. Just play in light mode.
I don't like it. Hold on. I need to get that out of my eyes.
Okay. Okay. Isn't literati most of your life?
If I have the opportunity though.
I'm gonna gather you need another. No, no, you played.
No, I do need another turn. Where's the thing? I thought it was supposed to blink.
It did blink at 10 seconds. That's red.
Where?
On the tile rack and the top, the thing above and below you.
The towel rack.
You'll see it.
Give me my turn back.
You played a word.
Yeah, I don't care. I'm not done. I know I'm playing off of that word. I have two more letters to add to it. Okay, I'm gonna. Okay, so I see the thing that says green. Okay, play word. I mean the whole back, everything in the background should flash red. And when it's your turn, everything should flash green. Like there shouldn't be any white. It should be green. Everything is green.
You mean everything is green?
Like all of the space, like wherever there's white, it should be green when it's your turn.
Oh, up there. Do you see how like the words like the word? Like it highlights the green.
Yeah, that's really nice. And the definitions are really nice. And you took away the space on the side. That's really nice.
Okay, watch what happens. Like 10 seconds. Like the tile rack should become red and the top will become red.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. But it's not blinking anymore.
Well, do you want a strobe light or just stay red?
Yeah, or strobe light's fine. Yeah, and then when it's your turn, everything should turn green, and that red strobe light should be everywhere. In case I'm looking down at like remaining tiles or gameplay log, and I'm not paying attention, it's like, hey, it will alert you anywhere you are on the page.
Noted. Did you add any custom colors to the board?
No, nobody's gonna do that. It just needs to be a toggle that makes it black. But aside from that, it's really good. Okay. Okay, I see that it just flashed, and that's cool. I have to hit the play word button.
No, you don't. If you have tiles down there.
Oh, then maybe I don't have a word that. No, it played it, but it wouldn't play the title. I don't know. We'll try it again.
Alright, let me just see something. Oh, no.
If you're not allowed to use the term Scrabble, which you probably won't be able to, or the term literati, which you probably won't be able to, what would you call your game?
Um, diagonal square.
You can't use the term Scrabble.
Oh, I don't know. But I may need more time. Oh, I got it.
The the um, the definitions for games are excellent.
What did you say?
The definitions for um the definitions for like what a thing is. I don't know if it's big. Definitions are great. Something is off with the play word because I'm playing this word. It's a word. It just maybe it takes a while. It works now, but it doesn't play right away. I don't know why.
Oh, damn, that's devastating. Oh, wait, 29 points?
And the definition, I love the definitions of this. And the fact that you have definitions on here makes me like it more than the variety.
Oh, yeah.
With tap?
When you customize the board,
How isn't this more? Maybe it's not.
for 18, 19, no,
I don't hit the play word button like 5 times. Maybe it takes a while, but is there one place that you can see how many tiles are left? Yes, there is a place. Okay, 61. Cool. 61 seems like a lot of tiles, but maybe not.
I did not hear what you said.
Um,
That it was a lot of tiles.
yeah, 61.
Yeah, I mean there's 100 and yeah,
Right.
15. I think. You have to like double tap or like double tap.
Double tap zoom in. I don't know if that. Now, what happens when I swap the tiles? Does it just swap into my own bag, or does it swap into your bag?
Uh, not entirely sure, but I don't know the answer to that.
I guess if it's supposed to be fair, then it shouldn't take from your bag because then I could take your Z's or your Q's or your X's.
So I don't know if you can swap your high value tile for the public bag or if it. I think it's split. Like it's predetermined. Your own bag. Pretty sure. I can. I feel like in Scrabble it has to work. Share a bag. No. In the current setup, each player is dealt their own separate deck of tiles at the beginning of the bag or at the beginning of the game. This guarantees that both players get exactly the same number of vowels, consonants, high-point tiles, and high-point tiles. I did not specify that we need the same vowels.
It says the
Yes,
same.
it is.
It says the same number, but there should be a thing that says you get the like. You shouldn't have one person get more U's than the other person.
No, there has to be some random. It's not going to be different every time. I mean, I guess it would be if you hold them out in different order. This one, you do get the same number of vowels. You don't get the exact same one, like evenly, but at least you have the same number. Oh, S tac, and S tac.
Blank.
That was terrible. I don't know why. I don't know.
Well,
Claw?
what did you play?
Claw?
Why is that so bad?
I should play some better.
If possible, it would be nice to know, like, so you don't have to check the game log, what the last word was played. Like, you just highlight it. Where did you play?
4. I should have gone.
I may need a second. I may need another. Dude, I love the definition aspect of this. It is.
I agree. It's way better than wondering.
Right. Do you know what the normal timer is for literati?
A minute.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, I like that it's adjustable too, because I was playing earlier on 30s. There's like,
Oh.
you could do like speed scramble on like 15 seconds if you want, or 30 seconds.
Speed
And
Scrabble.
also enabling backwards letters like changes the game a lot. You can play way more.
Do you need do you need your time back?
It's your turn. Did you play something?
Oh, you played something?
Yeah, it says you passed. I played Sim.
Oh, I didn't know it was my turn. Okay, can you give me my turn back?
Yeah.
So that's the important thing. Like it turns to green, then I know. If not, I'm just waiting. And then if you play something, I don't know because nothing changes on my screen.
Yeah. Fair enough. Yeah. Fair enough.
I feel like the thing that should be at the very top is the board every time. Like you don't need Fair Scrabble Live. You don't need the hand. That up can all be below. Dark mode colors, quick room, all at the bottom. The room code, all at the bottom. Maybe just Riser's turn, the timer. Even the thing for the zoom and stuff could be below. That way, whenever you scroll to the top, you just know it's going to be the board every time.
What are you doing? Are you searching in the dictionary all the time? Like
No,
reading
I read the gameplay though.
I did not realize it was my turn.
Exactly. Oh, good job. Okay, but you played something. Oh, you played Twin? Wait, Twin?
Yeah, I had to get rid of
How did you get a Q and a Z?
um it selects randomly between out of like the Q, the X, the Z, and the J.
It's a
It'll
huge,
just give you two random.
it's a huge advantage. So I would change that um, to be if the person gets the it should be if the person gets the Q, then they also get the J. If the person or no, if the person gets the Q, they get the X. If they get the Z, they get the J.
Why not? Why not just one random of each, either the Q or the Z? Or you get the like you get the Q or the Z, and then you get the X or the J. That's random.
Okay, but then there's the argument to be made that playing the Q is much more difficult than the Z, and playing the X is easier than the J.
Oh, oh.
What did you play?
Big cow. Big cow.
Something's wrong. Okay, so do you see in the bottom right, grudge?
Pardon me?
Do you see in the bottom right, there's grudge?
Yeah.
Hold on, give me that back. Did I play it? No. Can I play it?
What are you trying to play?
A-R-E. I'm gonna need this back, but something's wrong.
What are you trying to play?
I'm letting you know. Okay, so do you see there where the R is with wider and grudge?
Yeah.
I'm trying to play an A next to the R, to the left of the R, and an E to the right of the R for the word R, A-R-E. And it's not letting me play that.
R or
Yeah, like you are, they are. Well, I don't know why that is.
what does it give you an error and say anything?
I'll tell you. It's A-R. So I can play the A, and it would be plus 2 points. Then if I play the E, it says invalid format. GA was not recognized as a valid English word. But if I remove it, oh wait, hold on. Okay, I see the error. I'm gonna need this back, but we're just doing troubleshooting. Okay. Send it. Oh, it autoplayed it. Okay, whatever. So AR is a word, and it will let you play that, but GA is not a word. So it should say AR is a word, but GA is not a word, so you can't play it. Right now, it just says. Right now.
Me play it.
No. You don't understand what I'm saying. Wait. It did let you play GA.
Let me play R. A-R-E.
Okay, then something's wrong with it. Because it said GA is not a valid word.
Yeah, but in the dictionary, when you search it up, it is.
I know. So, hey, what happened?
Oh, wait, no, wait, never mind. I just searched up again and it is not.
So,
Yeah, GA is not valid. But then it shouldn't have let you place the A there.
Exactly. There's something wrong with it. Like maybe take a screenshot of that as like an issue that arose.
Yeah. You're up.
Can you can you swap with like no matter how few tiles are left?
Oh, they're in your rack. There are two separate racks now, so probably. But in real Scrabble, if there's less than 6 tiles, you can't do that. Prevent spamming the other person with the crappy tiles. Literati, where does it say like so and so played this?
I think it just highlights it on the board.
There's like something. There's like this letter. Read the gameplay log. Read it out loud.
Riser play. Oh, that's turn by turn recap. The champ is here. The champ is here. The winner is Sex Beast. Riser is garbage. This is cute. William Montgomery knows they're garbage. Bob Lazar knows they're garbage. Joe Rogan knows they're garbage. G.I. Joel knows they're garbage. Brendan Schaub knows they're garbage. Marlon Hill knows they're garbage. Kate Rocket knows they're garbage. Brandon Cosgrove knows they're garbage. Everyone knows they're garbage. That is phenomenal. Did I win?
Yeah.
Okay, let's see here. Turn by turn recap. That's fine. Shouldn't it say like how many tiles were removed from my store because I didn't play them?
To deduct you at the end.
Yeah, but how would I know? Like, how do I find them?
Yeah, it should log that.
And if possible, have like a thing that like it's fine. It doesn't need a pop-up, but like maybe change the screen color or something so you know it's over. Like you shouldn't have to be like read the game for love. That's phenomenal. That
So
thing.
the final game board, I won't let you play that last. It says game over at the just above the board.
I see that, but still, you might still be just looking around, and if the other person is like, "I whoop your ass," then you wouldn't know. You made it a lot closer than what it was, dude. It's amazing. It's not even like I'm not even I'm not even busting balls about it. It's like um to the point where I I definitely the fact that they have the definitions there means that we're not just sitting here jerking each other off. We are learning new words, which I think is really important. And like the little things about whatever, like not being able to play GA or whatever. Um, that stuff that 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 we can get over or we can fix. Um, before I want to play diagonal and I want to play backwards, I want to make sure one game mode is really really good. And this one, out of 100, the game itself is like 96 out of 100, 97 out of 100, and its accuracy is pretty close to that. So that's all really great. Um, so yeah, I'd love to play it more, but um, can you play against a computer?
Uh, well, I mean, you can, yeah, it's possible.
Yeah.
But it usually, I mean, difficulty.
Right. Oh, look who the fuck showed up. Zoot, are you there?
Yeah,
How you living, Pim?
not bad.
Riser, do you know that Zoot is going to perform on Monday?
Yeah, he does. Yeah, he does. Did you, impregnate the chick that got kicked out of her house? What?
He asked. He asked, "Did you impregnate the chick who got kicked out of her house?"
Nah, I haven't told her. Kind of cool. Are you gonna say hi to Chelsea on Monday?
That bitch sucks.
No, I didn't say. I didn't say. Say hi to her. Sure. I saw her on Saturday.
Did you tell her that she sucks?
Or did she do stand up? What'd you say? What'd you say? What'd you say? Is she a poet? She did poems on stage, or was she standing? No, just stand up. You didn't get funnier like her? Yeah.
Did you tell her that she sucks?
Yeah.
No, you didn't, and you need to. You need to put that bitch in her place. She needs to know that I get banned from enough people in this world that she should not try to continue negativity to those who may one day make a significant impact on her life.
Um, there's so many other girls there.
Okay.
I'm not sure if I'm here.
Should you cut your hair?
Should I?
You should be a man and make your own personal decisions and not ask other people.
Are you saying cut your own hair? Or just not get it cut? I have a fringe right now.
What's a fringe?
Was it fringe?
Yeah.
When your hair grows out of your forehead.
We call that bang. Dude, so what are you going to talk about on Monday?
You might get a phone.
Okay.
No, I'm gonna go another way. It's letting me know to answer.
Oh, the fact that you already said that means it's going to be extremely. If you don't preface me on uh stuff like Amish orgies and weird people on the bus, then this is automatically going to be offensive. But let's hear it.
Oh, I don't know if I can say it.
All right, well then don't say it.
We will help you, right? We will help you. No. Rabbi,
What up, Zoo?
is blasphemy the biggest sin you can commit?
There are arguments.
You don't believe it.
There are
You don't
arguments.
believe in sin.
There are,
You don't believe in sin.
there are arguments to be made that you should not blaspheme, and that in its own way, it can be the worst thing that you can do. But there are also arguments to be made that murder is the worst thing you can do. So it depends. Why? What do you want to say?
Yeah, I'm just being. Have I ever blasphemed God in sewage?
It's blaspheme, not blastified, but no big deal there. When you call God, like maybe they have mental issues, that's like your biggest set. That's what got you to the finals of raw comedy or whatever. State finals. Dude, tell us what you're gonna say, and just don't like if it's super offensive or whatever. You think I'll get in trouble for it? Then just spell it out or spell it out or something.
I'll get in trouble.
Okay. What is it?
No, you're gonna hate me for this. No, you're gonna hate me for this. But I'm gonna say it anyway. You think if Jesus Christ was admission today, the Jews would have put him on the Epstein list?
Why is that a thing?
You get it? How did you choose 2,000 years ago when we had cameras around and we had internet around? It would have been easy to prove himself today. Why did he not want to choose today? Like, do you afraid that he was going to get put on the Epstein list?
I don't understand.
You don't understand?
Yeah.
Just saying that God chose to come down to earth at a period where there was technology and cameras because he was a PDF.
Where is that? Where is that in your doctrine? Where is that in your doctrine? That the Nazarene abused children. That person abused children.
What?
Riser, can you translate?
He didn't.
I don't
They
understand.
never did. They never did.
Okay, I don't understand the joke. Riser, can you translate it?
I don't care either. Because I read it.
Okay. Well, for clarification, we do have sin in Judaism, but we don't have original sin and not like the Stardust sin, but any of the transgressions of what we consider the 613 mitzvot are sin. And you had said blasphemy would be like the worst sin, but there are arguments to be made it'd be idolatry, but there's no like perfect list that or perfect Jewish law halakha that would determine this. So I don't understand your joke though. So if you could, can you just clarify it?
Okay. Like, the people who control the world, do you think that they would put, like, do you think they would put the name of, do you think they would make Christ worse than he was? Do things like put him on the Epstein list? Not what I was like for.
You're gonna get crickets if you say this in the middle of a
No, I haven't worded it properly.
okay, because it doesn't make sense. Like I think no, I think what you're trying to say, or maybe you do need help with the wording, would be something like if the Nazarene were here today, do you think that they would be seen as an enemy of the state and be put in a challenging position on the Epstein Island? And if so, how would
Yeah,
that?
well, they chose to come at that time knowing that they would be nailed to a cross for like 3 days, die, and chose that time period to go to the show.
Okay, you recognize that not everybody in your um,
Allegedly.
not everybody in your stand-up room is Christian, right? Maybe only 50%.
Yes. They all know the story of Jesus Christ.
No, I get that, but you're acting like everybody should know that they knew that they were gonna be that the Nazarene was like had all this knowledge of gonna be crucified and everything. Where there are some people that might not know.
I'm in a Christian country.
As am I, and I'm telling you right now that like there are a lot of that that is a as I understand a certain doctrine of Christianity, but it's not every Christian believes that.
I'm not. I don't know if Australia is actually. I don't know if the Muslim population is outgrowing the Christian population in the last decade.
Okay, I don't know. I don't think you've got a winner with this one. I think Tweety Bird is
I
much
just
funnier. I, no, I don't know if this is gonna work. Tweety Bird here.
Well, you said she thinks work and they did. So.
Dude, every single joke you've ever had, in my opinion.
Don't worry, it will work when you get put together. Using it to being a PDF, basically, right? No, no, not at all. It's actually the opposite. Man never seen. Man never.
Okay, but like that's a Christian take.
Christian Taylor never been.
Correct. And of the room that you have, especially if they're stand-up comedians, more than 50% of them are probably sex. Unless you have a really killer religious joke, it is not a good idea to joke about religion. People take it too seriously. What did you say? What are you?
Just reading. Oh, do you want to hear my full favorite movies on Letterboxd?
You told them to me like 6 hours ago, but sure, let's hear it again.
City of God, Casino, Wizard of Oz, and AI Artificial Intelligence.
Do you like Casino more than Goodfellas?
Yep.
Why?
Yep. Why?
Yeah, why?
Casino. Yeah, like. Casino is like more better, like just it it, it feels like an escape where in a world that I like
And Goodfellas doesn't.
and I, Goodfellas is kind of like Goodfellas is like they all get caught. Goodfellas, you know. You like Goodfellas more than you like Goodfellas?
Yeah, but not by much. I like them both a lot. I could go either way, frankly. And in my opinion, Goodfellas is or Casino is underrated.
I don't think I think Goodfellas is probably like better cult, better movie. It's a better movie.
I think that Goodfellas wins slightly because the soundtrack's better, frankly.
Yeah, yes, yeah.
Which isn't a huge thing. Like, and the actors in Goodfellas are probably slightly better, but
They're the same.
it's
The same.
well, but no, you don't have Ray Liotta but Casino has Sharon Stone.
Sean Stone
In a bun
in her prime.
in her prime, yeah. Um, but that lady in I forget her name. She's also in Sopranos. Um, she's really hot too. But like Sharon Stone's kind of like another level. Um,
I was also Sean Stone.
dude, I don't know. But casino, they're both based on true stories, and I like the ending of Casino a lot because it's just like it's very true that like casinos went from being run by the mob in the 1990s or so to being corporate entities of family fun, and then they changed again. They stopped being family fun, and they went back to being adult. But when they were family fun, it was like another world. I think it's arguable that when Las Vegas went to be family friendly from like the 1990s to the 2000s, it was it its own almost in its own way. Like Las Vegas has seen different peaks, but there was definitely a peak. They had all kinds of fun things there for kids. They had the best arcades in the world. They had roller coasters and these huge shows that were all free, and it was like they had um my family stay like back in the day we'd stay uh this one what like it's a peak of all of this Treasure Island, and which is based on Robert Louis Stevenson's book, and for like an entire year of my life it became pirate oriented. Everything I did was like I wanted it to be pirate oriented because um my my parents would go down to the casino sometimes and just leave me. I would ask to be just left in the room because 24 hours a day they would just show the same movie on the TV, and I just wanted to watch the movie Treasure Island. And I got to learn this movie super, super well. And then we go and like, I don't know, like Lego was pirate, and the um the arcades were pirate, and uh it was just everything was really cool. And that all went away. Anyway. Hey, dude, are we listening to the fucking radio? Dude, you should be in here at 5 p.m. Pacific time for the White House Freedom 250, dog.
They want to walk out.
I mean, it's not over, dog. Canada tied on Friday. What up, Zoot?
How do you feel that you know it's been feeling you?
I always knew that Elon Musk would be competition, but at least from what I recall in my dream, uh, I would be the first trillionaire with $1 million in the bank, or first trillionaire with $1 trillion in the bank, I should say, not on paper. I could give a shit of being a trillionaire on paper. To me, liquidity means everything.
Elon Musk is not the billionaire. Well, Elon Musk is not the first trillionaire.
That's a first publicly acknowledged trillionaire.
He's the best. He's the best public trillionaire. I'm ready to find some.
That's true. And I would have rather been a billionaire 100 years ago than a trillionaire today in terms of the power of the dollar. The dollar is just extremely um, devalued. Dude, I have a question for you. Are you ready for my question? Are you sure? That girl who won Raw Comedy, the finals, or not the finals, but she went to Melbourne. Um, has she been back and has she been doing stand up and has she seen success?
Yeah, so
All right. Did she do well?
yeah, yes, get better.
Okay. Is anyone telling you at stand up that they think you're funny?
No,
Okay. Well, that's a big sign. That's a big sign.
no, they don't.
I don't know about that.
Australia won both the matches in the World Cup.
They haven't had time to play twice. I don't think so. The World Cup started on Thursday, and
Oh wait, they won the match there. They won it there.
yeah, 2-0. And Canada tied 1-1 against Bosnia. But where are you getting your information that
They
Australia
tied with Mexico. They tied with Mexico and South Korea.
just within their division?
Oh, they're winning. They're winning. Oh, they're tied with the US. Does that mean they're playing the US next?
No. You want to know who they play next?
Yeah.
They play. They played in Vancouver. They play.
They're playing US next.
They play
Saturday,
the.
June 1st.
They play the United States on Friday at noon. Are you gonna watch it in here with me?
No, the US.
We're not that good. Now here's my question for you, Zoo.
Yeah,
Do you think Australia has a better soccer team than New Zealand?
I think so. Yeah.
Do you know who Vinny Eastwood is?
I mean, the last time the US played Australia, they won.
Who's they?
The US. Last time they played Australia, they won.
Okay. I mean, the U.S. is probably a top 20 team in the world, but not top five. And so you've got to be really good to be at that level.
How does how, how does how does the division work?
As I understand, it works like this:
Sorry?
you have your groups, and then the winner of each group then uh, makes it to the playoffs, and the playoffs are 16 teams and then 8 teams, and that round starts in early July. So like um, the team, so there's a round of 32, and like I think you have to end up in the top two or three in each division, or I should say, and you have to be in the top two or three in each of your uh, group. and that's done by points. So you get if you get 1 point for a win, and
How long is it going for? July.
yeah, the finals are like July 19th.
Where do you think it's going to win?
Probably Spain. Probably Spain, but I'd like England to win. They haven't won since 1966. What are the chances of Australia winning? You told me yesterday it was 1 in 600.
I think it's hard now for that one. But what's the next game?
The next game of anybody is today at noon, or no, 10 a.m. Um, Pacific time. It's Germany versus Curacao, then Netherlands, Japan, then Cote d'Ivoire, Ivory Coast versus Ecuador, then Sweden and Tunisia.
And Belgium. Is Israel in the World Cup?
No,
Why not?
they didn't make it.
Sorry?
They didn't make it. Same with Italy. China's not in the World Cup. Dude, who is so loud on the mic right now?
I'm not even talking. You're breaking into mine. Really?
Dude, that's what I tell you. You're so loud. Your microphone is so sensitive.
Sounds like a snorty part down
It does.
there. And you.
Zoo, did you know that yesterday the two flags of countries that have the most um, differing dimensions played Qatar and Switzerland? Switzerland is like a 1 by 1 flag. It's square, and Qatar's is like really long. Have you ever seen the full Qatar flag? It's like longer than a normal flag.
Yeah. No. Um,
Did you just say you're going on Instagram now?
back up there. Rabbi.
What up, Tim?
Who's the most flag powerful comic book superheroes?
I mean, isn't Superman?
I don't even think Superman reaches the top five.
Okay, I don't know this. I'm not good with this kind of information. What I can tell you is that The White House is establishing a new UAP Science Advisory Council. Harvard astronomer Harvey Loeb has been tasked by the White House with helping form this new council.
Apparently, that's anything right now. Rabbi,
What up, Tim?
apparently there's aliens that visit the White House.
Okay. Dude, I have a question for you, and this might be the best question anybody's ever asked you. If you had to be on a tropical island with either the girl who was a finalist of Raw Comedy or Chelsea, which one would you pick?
How long am I on the island?
10 years.
Uh, 10 years?
That's what I said.
Oh, that sounds okay. I don't want to do that.
No, but you have to choose.
How do you survive 10 years in a tropical island?
It's tropical. There's fruit and there's water, and
Is that so?
no, there's no cell phones. There's no Instagram. You have to spend time with that person.
So,
I'm going to ask you again. You are on a desert island, a tropical island, with either the girl who is the finalist for Raw Comedy or Chelsea. Who are you choosing?
can I? Oh,
Her name is what?
okay.
Tilly. Tilly or Chelsea, dog?
Yeah. I'll probably get super close and go for it. So probably do it.
All right, who do you find hotter?
Oh my god, oh my god.
Why? We know the answer. Tilly is slightly hotter than Chelsea. That's that's facts, dog.
You always say that because you're bullshit.
No, I would say that without that. But since she blocked me and Tilly did not, then Tilly's way hotter. Do you like Pink Floyd or AC/DC more?
Also, they say,
Do you like Pink Floyd or Led Zeppelin more?
what's up with
Do you like the Beatles or Led Zeppelin more?
potatoes?
Do you like the Beatles or AC/DC more?
Potatoes.
Do you like the Beatles or the Rolling Stones more?
Potatoes.
Are the Beatles your favorite band?
None of the other bands. I love all the bands. Every band listens. Has got somewhat of a potatoes.
That's true. Dude, did you know that I'm going to be on a podcast in 2 hours and 19 minutes?
Cool.
Is that the coolest shit you've ever heard?
Would you say that? Sorry, there's most bands have been in that.
For sure.
Like Coldplay is just like modern day baby.
Correct. What did you just say?
Oh, no. What are the other Australian? What's the other Australian band? That's actually decent.
Chat.
Jet.
Yeah.
That's an obscure answer.
I know, isn't it? It really is. Absolutely. They're like the seventh most famous Australian band, but they have two really good songs. Cold Hard Bitch and
Are you gonna be my girl?
Are You Gonna Be My Girl? There you go. Good job, Zoo. Yeah, those yeah, so Jet's an amazing band. Um there's
Their second album got zero.
I imagine. Nobody knows what happened, but they had a really great name. Um and then what would it be? Is it Men Without Pants? Or is it Men at Work?
Man.
But yeah, Jet is an obscure answer. Riser, do you know who Jet is? Yes or no? I'll wait.
Maybe if I heard this song, maybe off the top of my head now.
Do you know Men at Work are?
No.
You don't know Land Down Under?
Maybe if I heard this song, maybe if I heard.
Don't you come from the land down under? It's like Duke's theme song.
I don't think I've heard it. I don't think I've heard it.
You better
I
run.
do have to.
You better run. You better say, oh. Don't you know I'm from the land down under? Duke, sing it.
Nah.
Don't you come from the land down under? You better
What
come.
about Success?
Yeah, they're big. For like the 80s.
Probably my night to go with that.
She was. At one point, she was the flavor of the week. Her sister was never that big, but she had that song, and I still love it. Love at First Sight. I love that song.
What else did we go with?
Kylie Minogue was like the Australian version of Kylie Rae Jepsen. She,
Oh, Mary, Dick, 5 seconds of summer.
that's Australian?
Yep.
Oh, okay. Yeah, they're pretty big.
No, not. Like they go, yeah, those no, they were like, they're like, they're not as big as One Direction, but like One Direction, Australia, rock focused. They're an actual boy band. They're an actual boy band.
Dude, do you want to be in a boy band? Yes or no? I'll wait.
No.
Back in the day, you wanted to be in a boy band?
Yeah. Yeah. But you know how many girls want to fuck out with guys boy band?
Who's the hottest girl who performs at Raw Comedy? I'll wait.
Formed a real company or a muck.
Open mic, I should say.
How many kids in Australia?
Some are.
Some
Some are.
said some are.
Yes, I said some
It's
are.
not like eating
Correct.
eugenics made everyone.
Correct. But girls in Australia are looser than other countries.
What do you mean?
They're whores in a good way. You know that Alex Mather is doing an Australian tour at the Botany View Hotel in Sydney? You knew that? Dude, have you ever seen the Kill Tony where they go to Sydney, Melbourne, and Brisbane?
Yeah.
You did watch them?
I say no on YouTube. I just watched it.
Were they the greatest things you've ever seen? Okay, while you're answering that question, did you know that Tony Hinchcliffe married an Australian woman? Yeah, I did. Nobody knows anything about this woman. He's very private. All right, you go to Laugh Lab Instagram. Dude, did you watch Tony Hinchcliffe's special? Yes or no? I'll wait.
Same clips on it.
Did you see that guy in the front row who wasn't amused?
Alright.
Dude, you should know all about him. He kept a frown the whole time, allegedly. Dude, where was that special shot?
What?
Where was the special shot?
Houston, Texas.
It was in Houston?
I was guessing.
No, I think it was in Phoenix. So, do you know that Riser made a really good Scrabble game? And he made it. No, it's amazing. He made improvements to it. It's even better now. Maybe next you should ask him to make a three-person Moncala game.
How'd that work? You have to redesign the board.
I'm sure somebody could figure it out. Not that complicated. It could work like pool, like it's cutthroat. Riser, if you asked AI to make a mini golf game with a different hole every single time, could it?
played out. Doesn't want you to do that. It would be so much cooler if gave you like a little thing to tinker around with.
Did you ever play the game? I doubt you did, but it's called Simthol. It's by Max, the people who did The Sims.
Are you saying Sims or Sim?
Sim, S-I-M.
Oh yeah, I don't know.
You can create your own golf course. Actually, you create your own country club, and then you get to play on it, and it's a lot of fun. It's like Sim City, but for golf.
It is.
What did you just say, Zoot? Zoot, have you been taking your medication?
Have I had like rambled about bullshit?
No, you've been really good on that, but I'm just asking, have you?
You ever take medication?
I don't need medication.
I said I've been taking.
Oh, okay. Good. Good for you, man. Excellent. Shout out to Zoot. Why don't you ask that girl out? The girl who was just living on her friend's couch or whatever.
We all know there's a spark there.
Yeah, definitely. I would tell that woman, hey, I know you don't have any money or whatever. Here's $20 or whatever for you to go to the store and get whatever you need to get deodorant or whatever, maybe $40. I don't know. But like to get her self-esteem back, and then you go to whatever you go to there. You could invite her to comedy or like, do you if you're performing at comedy, do you have the ability to bring a guest or no? Yeah. Okay, so why don't you ask her to comedy on Monday?
Have you not heard his comedy?
That's a great point. That's an excellent point. That's the second best point.
This is the least funny thing I've ever seen.
Right.
Use that as motivation and as fuel and turn her life around.
She'd be like, wow, I want to set it up exactly. That is the most eye-opening phrase that I've heard. Oh, he just what? Okay, I'm not the one who said it. Riser said it. But
When you're a comedian, you have to be able to take trash talk.
you need thick skin, but no, I get it. That's fine if you wanted to say F you to me on that one. I get it. I have no issue with that. That was kind of mean by Riser. But it's very funny. Dude, what is the girl's name? What's the girl's name of the girl who's hanging out on the couch or whatever? Indiana? Like the American state? How'd she get that name? No way. That's an interesting name. That's a great question. family name. So my grandfather who passed, I took his name. And it means Hebrew. It means who is like God. And my Hebrew name is Moshe, which means from the water or drawn from the water. And that's also from my grandfather. You okay? Are you choking on a dick? All right, gentlemen. I'd love to shoot the shit with you all morning, but I got to get ready for this podcast. So I'm gonna put you guys on mute. Zoo, come in at 5 p.m. Pacific time. Riser, be here at 5 p.m. Pacific time. Doug, Doug, Riser's the one who said that we were doing a fight watch.
When do the good people go on?
They're all good. The seven, there aren't any preliminaries. Everything is the main card.
How long is it? Like 1 hours?
It'll be like 3 hours.
Okay.
You won't be here at 5. You'll be here at 7:30.
Yeah, I'll probably be a little later, but
No, that's bullshit, dog. That's bullshit. Okay, boys. Take care, my friends. Shout out to Riser and Duke. I never done it. You get to
Creation of heaven and earth, and Adam and Eve. Secular year Jewish year event in history. Minus 3,761 creation of the world. Birth of Adam and Eve, Shabbat. Minus 3,631 130 Seth, son of Adam, was born. Minus 3,526 235 Enosh, son of Seth, was born. Minus 3,436 325 Kenan, son of Enosh, was born. Minus 3,366 395 Mehulalel, son of Kenan, was born. Minus 3,301 460 Year, son of Mehulalel, was born. Minus 3,139 622 Chana, son of Year, was born. Minus 3,074 687 Metashalach, son of Chana, was born. Minus 2,887 874 Lemech 2, son of Metashalach, was born. Minus 2,831 930 Adam died. Minus 2,705 1,056 Noah, son of Lemech 2, was born. Minus 2,225 1,536 Noah began construction of the ark. Minus 2,205 1,556 Yaphat, son of Noah, was born. Minus 2,204 1,557 Cham, son of Noah, was born. Minus 2,203 1,558 Shem, son of Noah, was born. Minus 2,105 1,656 Metashalach died. Minus 2,105 1,656 The Great Flood covered the earth. Minus 2,103 1,658 Arpachshad, son of Shem, was born. Minus 2068 1,693 Shalach, son of Arpachshad, born. Minus 2038 1,723 Eber, son of Shalach, was born. Minus 2004 1,757 Peleg, son of Eber, was born. Minus 1974 1,787 Reu, son of Peleg, was born. Minus 1942 1,819 Sirah, son of Reu, was born. Minus 1912 1,849 Nacharai, son of Sirah, was born. Minus 1,883 1,878 Terah, son of Nacharai, was born. The Forefathers. Secular year Jewish year event in history. Minus 1,813 1948 Abraham, son of Terah, was born. Minus 1,803 1958 Sarah, daughter of Haran, was born. Minus 1,788 1973 Abraham married Sarah. Minus 1,765 1996 dispersion from Babel after building the tower. Minus 1,761 2000 Terah left Ur cast in with his family. -1755 2006 Noah died. -1743 2018 Covenant, Brit Bain Habitaran, with Abraham. -1738 2023 Abraham settled in Canaan. -1727 2034 Ishmael, son of Abraham, was born. -1713 2048 Abraham circumcised himself in Ishmael. -1713 2048 Sodom and Gomorrah were destroyed. -1713 2048 Isaac, son of Abraham, was born. -1677 2084 The Acta, where Isaac was brought on the altar by Abraham. -1677 2084 Sarah died. -1653 2108 Jacob and Esau were born. -1638 2123 Abraham died. -1603 2158 Shem, son of Noah, died. -1590 2171 Isaac blessed Jacob instead of Esau. -1576 2185 Jacob sent to Paran. -1574 2187 Eber, great-grandson of Shem, died. -1569 2192 Jacob married Leah and Rachel. -1566 2195 Levi, son of Jacob and Leah, was born. -1562 2199 Joseph, son of Jacob and Rachel, was born. -1556 2205 Jacob left Haran. -1553 2208 Benjamin was born. -1545 2216 Joseph was sold. -1533 2228 Isaac died. -1532 2229 Joseph became viceroy of Egypt. -1526 2235 Pahat, son of Levi, was born. -1523 2238 Jacob and his family went to Egypt. Living in Egypt. Secular year Jewish year event in history. -1506 2255 Jacob died. -1429 2332 after Levi died. The enslavement in Egypt began. -1393 2368 Moses was born. -1355 2406 Joshua was born. -1314 2447 Moses encountered the burning bush. -1313 2448 The Jewish nation left Egypt. Traveling through the desert. Secular year Jewish year event in history. -1313 2448 The Jewish nation crossed the Red Sea. -1313 2448 The revelation at Mount Sinai and the giving of the Torah. -1313 2448 Moses broke the tablet. -1312 2449 Moshe came down Mount Sinai with the second tablet. -1312 2449 The tabernacle was erected. -1312 2449 The spies returned from Canaan with bad news. -1274 2487 Aaron and Miriam died. -1273 2488 Moses died. Judges, early prophet. Secular year Jewish year event in history. -1273 2488 The Jews crossed the Jordan into Canaan. minus 1,258 2,503 appointment of the land of Israel was completed. Minus 1,245 2,516 Joshua died. Minus 1,228 2,533 the rule of judges began with Othniel ben Kenan. Minus 1,188 2,573 Ehud ben Gera became leader. Minus 1,107 2,654 Shamgar ben Anat died. Minus 1,107 2,654 Deborah became leader. Minus 1,067 2,694 Gideon became leader. Minus 1,027 2,734 Abimelech, son of Gideon, became leader. Minus 1,024 2,737 Tola, son of Pua, became leader. Minus 1,003 2,758 Jair, the Gileadite, became leader. Minus 982 2,779 Jephthah, Agiladi, became leader. Minus 969 2,792 Elam, Ozabulani, became leader. Minus 959 2,802 Athan ben Hillel became leader. Minus 951 2,810 Samson became leader. Minus 931 2,830 Eli the Cohen became leader. Minus 907 2,854 David was born. Minus 892,871 Samuel became leader. King and the First Holy Temple. Secular year Jewish year event in history. Minus 879 2,882 Saul was appointed king. Minus 877 2,884 David became king of Judah and Hebron. Minus 869 2,892 David became king of Israel and Jerusalem. Minus 837 2,924 Solomon became king. Minus 833 2,928 the building of the first five commenced. Minus 827 2,935 the first five was completed. Minus 797 2,964 Solomon died, kingdom was divided. Minus 797 2,964 Rehoboam, son of Solomon, became king of Judah. Minus 797 2,964 Jeroboam ben Nebat became king over Israel. Minus 718 3,043 Elijah went up in a chariot of fire. Minus 677 3,084 Joash renovated the Beit Hamikdash. Minus 619 3,142 Isaiah began his prophecy. Minus 574 3,187 first two of the 10 tribes were exiled. Minus 566 3,195 another two of the 10 tribes were exiled. Minus 562 3,199 Hezekiah became king of Judah. Minus 556 3,205 the last of the 10 tribes were exiled. Minus 548 3,213 Sennacherib invaded the land of Judah and retreated. Minus 533 3,228 Set, son of Hezekiah, became king of Judah. Minus 463 3,298 Jeremiah began his prophecy. Minus 458 3,303 Josiah renovated the Beit Hamikdash. Minus 442 3,319 Jerusalem was conquered and Jehoiakim, was exiled. Minus 443 321 Shlokim burned the book of Lamentations, posted by Jeremiah. Minus 434 3,327 Jerusalem was conquered again, Jehoiakim was exiled. Minus 433 331 Jeremiah persisted in prophesying calamity. Minus 429 3,332 Ezekiel prophesied in exile. minus 425 3,336 the final Babylonian siege of Jerusalem. Minus 423 3,338 the walls of Jerusalem were penetrated. Minus 423 3,338 the sacrifices ceased in the Beit Hamikdash. Minus 423 3,338 the first Beit Hamikdash was destroyed. Exile in Babylon. Secular year Jewish year event in history. Minus 423 3,339 Gedaliah ben Achikam was killed. Minus 421 3,340 Daniel interpreted Nebuchadnezzar dream. Minus 410 3,352 Ezekiel prophesied about the future Beit Hamikdash. Minus 372 3,389 Daniel read the writing on the wall. Minus 372 3,389 Daniel was thrown into the lion's den. Minus 371 3,390 Zerubbabel led the return to the land of Israel. Minus 373,391 building of second Beit Hamikdash commenced. Then halted. Minus 366 3,395 Akashverosh II made his great banquet. Minus 362 3,399 Esther was taken to the palace. Minus 357 3,404 Esther took action against Haman's decree. Minus 355 3,406 Mordecai proclaimed the celebration of Purim. Minus 353 3,408 building of the second Beit Hamikdash resumed. Minus 349 3,412 the second Beit Hamikdash was completed. Building of the second Holy Temple. Secular year Jewish year event in history. Minus 348 3,413 Ezra led the second return to the land of Israel. Minus 335 3,426 Nehemiah returned to rebuild walls of Jerusalem. Minus 313 3,448 Ezra died. Minus 313 3,448 Simon the Zodiac met Alexander the Great. Minus 313 3,449 the Minyan Shtarot began. Greek cultural domination. Secular year Jewish year event in history. Minus 273 3,488 Simon the Zodiac died. Minus 246 3,515 72 elders translated the Torah into Greek. Septuagint. Minus 143,621 the revolt of Mattatyahu the Shashmonite. Kingdom of Judea. Dynasty of the Shashmonaim. Secular year Jewish year event in history. Minus 139 3,622 Judah the Maccabee rule. Minus 139 3,622 the second Beit Hamikdash was rededicated. Minus 138 3,623 Hanukkah was declared a festival. Minus 133 3,628 Judah the Maccabee was killed in battle. Minus 133 3,628 Yonatan, son of Mattatyahu, ruled. Minus 127 3,634 Shimon, son of Mattatyahu, ruled. Minus 119 3,642 Yohanan Hyrkno, son of Shimon, ruled. Minus 93 3,668 Judah Aristobulus, son of Yochanan Hyrkno, ruled. Minus 91 3,670 Alexander Yanai, son of Yochanan Hyrkno, ruled. Minus 73 3,688 Queen Shalom Siam, Salome Alexandra, wife of Alexander Yanai, ruled. Minus 65 3,696 Aristobulus II, son of Alexander Yanai, ruled/TD. Minus 61 3,700 the Romans gained control of Judea. Minus 61 3,700 Hyrcanos II, son of Alexander Yanai, ruled. Minus 43,721 Antigonus, son of Aristobulus II, ruled. Roman client kings and rulers. The Herodian dynasty. Secular year Jewish year event in history. Minus 36 3,725 Herod I rule. Killing all the Shashmonaim. Minus 33 3,728 Hillel became the leader of the Torah scholars. Minus 19 3,742 Herod I began rebuilding the second fight Dash. Minus 11 3,750 renovation of the second fight Dash was completed. 1 3,761 Archelaus, son of Herod I, ruled. 8 3,768 Hillel died. 10 3,770 Archelaus was deposed by the Roman Emperor. 21 3,781 Agrippa I, grandson of Herod I, ruled. 28 3,788 The Sanhedrin moved from the second fight Dash. 44 3,804 Agrippa II, son of Agrippa I, ruled. 53,810 Rabban Gamliel I, son of Shimon, grandson of Hillel, died. 66 3,826 Vespasian arrived in Judea to reassert Roman authority. 69 3,829 The second fight Dash was destroyed. The Talmudic era. The Mishnah. Secular year Jewish year event in history. 74 3,834 Ar Yohanan ben Zakkai died. 86 3,846 Sanhedrin moved from place to place, under Ar Gamliel II. 133 3,893 Vader fell, and the Bar Kokhba revolt ended in tragedy. 134 3,894 Judaism was banned, and Bar Akiva was imprisoned. 189 3,949 Ar Judah Hanasi completed the Mishnah around this time. The Talmudic era. The Gemara. Secular year Jewish year event in history. 219 3,979 Rab left the land of Israel and settled in Babylonia. 247 4,007 Shmuel was the Talmudic authority in Babylonia. 254 4,014 Ar Yohanan was the leading Talmudic authority. 294,050 Ar Huna was the leading Talmudic authority. 298 4,058 Ar Yehuda was the leading Talmudic authority. 304,060 Ar Kista was the leading Talmudic authority. 309 4,069 Rabba was the leading Talmudic authority. 321 4,081 Ar Yosef was the leading Talmudic authority. 325 4,085 Abai was the leading Talmudic authority. 338 4,098 Rabba was the leading Talmudic authority. 359 4,119 Hillel II, who established the calendar, became Nasi. 392 4,152 Ar Ashi was the leading Talmudic authority. 427 4,187 Ar Ashi died after the compilation of the Gemara. 475 4,235 The Talmud was complete and Ravina II died. The Rabbanan. Secular year Jewish year event in history. 551 4,311 Mar Zutra proclaimed Jewish self-rule in Babylonia. The Janim. Secular year Jewish year event in history. 589 4,349 The Talmudic Academy of Pumbedita was reconstituted. 609 4,369 The Talmudic Academy of Sira was reconstituted. 614 4,374 The Persians conquered the land of Israel. 614 4,374 The Jews were allowed to return to Jerusalem. 629 4,389 The Byzantine Empire reconquered the land of Israel. 636 4,396 Ar Yitzhak was the last Jaon of the Arday, Virus Shibur. 637 4,397 The Arabs conquered the land of Israel. 645 4,405 One of the attack on Achaemenid was enacted at this time. 755 4,515 Jaon left Iraq for the land of Israel. 759 4,519 Yehuda became Jaon of Surah. 759 4,519 The Halachot Gidullah, B.A. Hag, was written at this time. 788 4,548 Another of the attack non-agent was enacted at this time. 858 4,618 Arum, who wrote the Siddur, became Jaon of Surah. 928 4,688 Rabbi Saadia was appointed Jaon of Surah. 955 4,715 Four captives were ransomed at around this time. 968 4,728 Sharer became Jaon of Compedita. 997 4,757 High became, the last, Jaon of Compedita. 1,038 4,798 High died. And the academies of Babylon declined. The early Rishonim, the Crusade massacres. Secular year Jewish year event in history. 1,040 4,800 Rabbi and Jerusalem near Hagolah died. 1,088 4,848 The rift arrived in Spain from Morocco. 1,096 4,856 The Crusaders destroyed Jewish communities. 1,099 4,859 Jerusalem was captured by the Crusaders. 1,103 4,863 The rift died. 1,105 4,865 Rashi died. And the era of the Tosafot began. 1,135 4,895 The Rambam, Maimonides, was born. 1,144 4,904 The first, recorded, blood libel took place. 1,147 4,907 The Crusaders attacked Jewish communities. 1,147 4,907 Rabbi and Batam was captured by the Crusaders. 1,148 4,908 The Rambam, the Redex families left Cordova. 1,165 4,925 The Rambam visited the land of Israel. 1,171 4,931 Rabbi and Tam died. 1,175 4,935 The Rashbam died. 1,184 4,944 The young son of the Ri was killed. 1,187 4,948 Jews were allowed to return to Jerusalem. 1,189 4,949 Yaakov Dorleen was killed in London. 1,190 4,950 Jews were massacred in England in the Third Crusade. 1,191 4,951 Rabbi David Kimchi, known as the Radak, wrote his commentary. 1,194 4,954 The Rambam, Nachmanides, was born. 1,198 4,959 The Arei Avid died. 1,204 4,965 The Rambam died. 1,236 4,996 Rampaging mobs massacred Jews in France. 1,242 5,002 A massive burning of the Talmud took place in Paris. 1,244 5,004 Jerusalem was sacked by Egyptians in Turkey. 1,252 5,012 The Inquisition began to use torture. 1,267 5,027 The Ramban left Spain, settled in the land of Israel. 1,270 5,030 The Ramban died. 1,286 5,046 The Maharam Mirachubin was imprisoned. 1,290 5,050 New works advanced study of Kabbalah. 1,290 5,050 The era of the Tosafot concluded at around this time. Later Rishonim. Persecutions and expulsion. Secular year Jewish year event in history. 1,295,050 all Jews were expelled from England. 1,293 5,053 the Maharam Mirafa died in prison. 1,298 5,058 the Rheinfleisch massacres began. 1,298 5,058 the author of the Mordecai and Haggai Maimoniah were killed. 1,305 5,065 the Rashba placed a limited ban on philosophy. 1,305 5,065 the Rosh and his son, the Tur, arrived in Spain. 1,306 5,066 all Jews were expelled from France. 1,310 5,070 the Rashba died. 1,320 5,080 Jews were massacred by the Posteros Crusaders. 1,327 5,088 the Rosh died. 1,336 5,096 Jews of Germany were massacred by the Armleiter Band. 1,338 5,098 the Ralbag wrote his commentary on the Bible. 1,349 5,109 Black Death massacres swept across Europe. 1,367 5,127 the Rabbi and other scholars in Spain were imprisoned. 1,391 5,151 Jews of Spain were massacred. Many were forced to convert. 1,391 5,151 the Rabbi and Rashbat left Spain. 1,394 5,155 the final expulsion of Jews from France. 1,413 5,173 R. Yosef Alba was in a forced debate with Christians. 1,421 5,181 Jews in Austria were massacred in the Wiener Gazera. 1,475 5,235 the invention of printing was used for Jewish books. 1,481 5,241 the Inquisition was established in Spain. 1,488 5,248 R. Obadiah de Bertinora settled in Jerusalem. 1,491 5,251 Columbus consulted R. Abraham Zacuto for his travels. 1,492 5,252 all Jews were expelled from Spain and Sicily. The great scholars of the Shulchan Aruch and Torah consolidation. Secular year Jewish year event in history. 1,493 5,253 R. Isaac Barbanel arrived in Naples. From Spain. 1,496 5,257 all Jews were expelled from Portugal. 1,516 5,276 the Ein Yaakov was printed. 1,516 5,276 the Turk, Ottoman Empire, conquered Eretz Yisrael. 1,525 5,285 R. Yosef Yasselman saved many Jews during the Peasants' War. 1,553 5,314 a mass burning of Jewish books took place in Rome. 1,563 5,323 the Shulchan Aruch was completed by R. Yosef Karo. 1,570 5,330 the Shulchan Aruch was published with supplements of Rama. 1,572 5,332 the Arizal died in Fat. 1,573 5,333 the Maharal came to Prague. 1,573 5,334 the Marshal died. 1,575 5,335 R. Yosef Karo died in Fat. 1,599 5,359 the Maharal returned to Prague again. 1,614 5,374 the Maharsha became Rabbi in Lublin. 1,616 5,377 the Tosafot Yom Tov commentary was concluded. 1621 5382 The Shallow arrived in the land of Israel. 1629 5389 R. Yom Tov Lippheller was christened in Prague. 1640 5400 R. Ul Sir. The Bach died. 1646 5406 The Shach and Todd on Shulchan Aruch were printed. 1648 5408 Jews were massacred by Shmuel Mackey's forces. Early Akaranim and East European massacres. Secular year Jewish year event in history. 1654 5414 The first Jews settled in New Amsterdam, New York. 1655 5415 Many Jews killed in Russian and Swedish invasions of Poland. 1656 5416 Jews were permitted to live in England. 1656 5416 Baruch Spinoza was excommunicated. 1673 5433 The Magen Avraham on Shulchan Aruch was completed. 1676 5437 Shabtai died as a Muslim. 1689 5449 The Beit Shmuel on the Shulchan Aruch was printed. 1698 5458 The Baal Shem Tov was born. 1702 5463 The Nehai Yehoshua's family was killed in an explosion. 1712 5472 The Siftei Chachemim was arrested. 1724 5484 R. Yaakov Kulai, Miem Loizi, arrived in Constantinople. 1727 5487 The Mishnah Elimelech died. 1734 5494 Jews were massacred by the Haidamach band. Akaranim and early Hasidim. Secular year Jewish year event in history. 1741 5501 The Rothschild arrived in the land of Israel. 1747 5507 R. Moshe Chaim Luzzatto, Romko, died in Akko, Acre. 1750 5510 R. Jonathan Evescu became rabbi in Hamburg. 1754 5515 R. Yechezkel Landau, known as the Noda Yehuda, became rabbi in Prague. 1757 5518 Frankists instigated mass burnings of the Talmud. 1759 5519 Frankists supported blood libel charges in public debate. 1760 5520 The Baal Shem Tov died. 1764 5524 The Council of Four Lands, known as the Vaharvaritza, was discontinued. 1768 5528 Despite resistance. The Haidamachs massacre thousands. 1772 5532 The Maggid of Syria died. 1782 5542 R. N. Adler and Chatham Sofer visited the Noda Yehuda. 1786 5546 R. Elimelech of Lisbon died. 1791 5551 Pale of settlement was established in Russia. 1793 5553 Jews suffered in reign of terror of French Revolution. 1797 5558 The Vilna Gaon died. 1798 5559 The Baal Patanya was released from first imprisonment. 1799 5559 Napoleon led an army expedition through the land of Israel. 1806 5566 The Jeddah, R. Haim Yosef David Ajalai, died. 1806 5566 the Chatham Sofer became Rabbi in Prespa. 1809 5570 R. Levi Itzhak Berdichev died. 1810 5571 R. Nachman of Breslov died. 1814 5574 R. Akiva Ager became Rabbi in Posen. 1814 5575 Koshnitzer Magid, Yehudia, Peshiska. Both died. 1815 5575 Joseph Lublin, R. Mendel of Rivno, both died. 1819 5579 anti-Jewish riots spread throughout Germany. 1827 5587 Russia began conscripting Jewish children to the army. 1840 5600 Ardat Israel of Resin was released from imprisonment. Later a Karanim in the Changing Society. Secular Year Jewish Year event in history. 1843 5603 The smashed Dekabubovich was repeatedly arrested in Russia. 1846 5606 Sir Moshe Montefiore visited Russia to help local Jews. 1848 5609 R. Yisrael Salinger left Vilna. 1851 5611 R. Shimshon Raphael Hirsch became Rabbi in Frankfurt am Main. 1859 5619 R. Menachem Mendel of Kotz died. 1864 5624 The Malvin was imprisoned and then expelled from Romania. 1866 5626 Chedushe Harem, Tiferet Shlomo, and Smashed Sedek died. 1873 5633 The Chaplet Time was published. 1874 5634 The Minchat Chinnik died. 1878 5638 Etah Tikva agricultural settlement was established. 1881 5641 Many Jews began leaving Russia after a wave of pogroms. 1886 5646 R. Shlomo Gans Fry, author of Kitzer Shulchan Ara, died. 1892 5652 R. Haim, Brisker, became Rabbi in Brisk. 1905 5665 The Sfat Emet died. 1905 5665 Many Jews were killed in official Russian pogroms. 1911 5671 Chazanish was published. 1914 5674 Over 500,000 Jewish soldiers fought in World War I. 1918 5678 Over 60,000 Jews were killed during the Russian Revolution. 1923 5684 The Daf-Yomi study cycle commenced. 1927 5687 6 Lubavitch Iraq was released from Soviet prison. 1938 5699 Jews were attacked in the Kristallnacht pogroms in Germany. The Holocaust. Secular Year Jewish Year event in history. 1939 5699 Germany started World War II. And mass killing of Jews. 1941 5701 Nazi Germany unexpectedly invaded Russia. 1941 5701 200,000 Jews were killed at Babi Yar and Connery. 1942 5702 400,000 Jews of Warsaw were sent to death camps. 1943 5703 Nazi Germany experienced massive losses in the Battle of Stalingrad. 1943 5703 The remaining Jews of Warsaw staged a massive uprising. 1943 5703 Jewish uprisings in Treblinka, Sobibor, and Bialystok. 1943 5,703 The Danish people quietly rescued 93% of their Jews to safety. 1944 5,704 300,000 Hungarian Jews were killed in 3 months. 1944 5,705 Uprising in Auschwitz death camp just before freedom. 1945 5,705 Nazi Germany was conquered, and World War II ended. 1945 5,705 6 million Jews were killed by the Nazis during the war. The modern state of Israel. Secular year Jewish year event in history. 1947 5,707 Publication of the Talmud Encyclopedia commenced. 1947 5,708 The United Nations divided Israel. 1947 5,708 Arabs attacked Israel to gain territory. 1948 5,708 The State of Israel was established. 1948 5,708 Israel was invaded by many Arab countries. 1949 5,709 The War of Independence. Israel ended. 1950 5,710 All Jews left the ancient Jewish community of Iraq. 1950 5,710 Almost all Jews of Yemen emigrated to Israel. 1951 5,711 The Lubavitcher Rebbe accepts the mantle of leadership. 1956 5,717 Jewish forces invaded Egypt and conquered the Sinai Desert. 1967 5,727 The Lubavitcher Rebbe established the Tefillin campaign. 1967 5,727 Jerusalem reunited under Jewish rule. Six-Day War. 1973 5,734 2,500 Jewish soldiers were killed in the Yom Kippur War. 1974 5,734 The Lubavitcher Rebbe established the Shabbat Candle campaign. 1982 5,742 Massive enemy arsenals were discovered in Lebanon. 1987 5,746 First International Conference of Chabad Lubavitch Emissary. 1993 5,753 A secret agreement signed in Oslo. 1994 5,754 The Lubavitcher Rebbe passed away. 2008 5,767 Deadly terrorist attack at the Chabad House in Mumbai. India, kill 6. 2020 5,780 Israel signed Abraham Accord, normalizing relations with UAE and Bahrain, soon followed by Sudan and Morocco.
Thank you. Good.
and welcome to Esoterica, where we explore the arcane history, philosophy, and religion. signifying name of God during prayer. This is a no-no in Judaism. Not allowed to say God's name, and Shabbatai was doing prayer, along with other strange things he took to, and this eventually led to him being kicked out of the community of Israel. He'll come back. The period that's roaming around is referred to as the period of darkness by the community of Shabbatai to be. Period of years of darkness has been traveling around all through the Mediterranean world. We don't know his exact trajectory, but we know he traveled all around the Mediterranean, Eastern Mediterranean basin, and he did some strange things. Settled in really public Thessalonica and what is now Greece, and there he publicly married a Taurus girl. That also was not a thing to do. That got kicked out of Thessalonica. Um, he seems to have made a pretty strong impression on people as he traveled. Now, making a strong impression does not make you a good impression. So he also made a bad impression on people because they thought he was crazy or a prophet or a novelist, whatever. But he made an impression on people no matter where he went. He was settled in Cairo, where he comes in the family of a very wealthy European community. And there, that Shabbatai actually job, fundraising. What he would do is he would go to Jerusalem and raise money for the community there in Jerusalem work. And what he would do is he would go back and forth raising money from local folks trying to get Jerusalem back online. It's actually on one of these missions of fundraising back in Cairo that an orphan from the massacres that I mentioned in Poland earlier actually had arrived in Cairo, and she was the worker herself. She was a pretty famous sex worker, and she was a former orphan that had been orphaned by the massacres in Poland, and she traveled all the way through places like Livorno and Amsterdam, where she made her way to Cairo, and she her name as a pretty famous sex worker, like a not exactly courtesan, but famous sex worker. Um, and when Shabbatai was in Cairo, I heard about her reputation, and one of the things she claimed was that she would marry the Messiah. That was her big claim to fame, that she would marry the Messiah, and Shabbatai already had an idea that he was in fact the Messiah. Took this sign, sent for her. Before the time, he sent for her, came to Cairo, married her in the house of Peter in Cairo, and did this probably as part of the Messianic buildup, because as you may know, the prophet Hosea also married a sex worker as a sign of his prophecy and acting out his prophecy by marrying sex worker. And what's interesting is Sarah basically remains loyal to him until she died. She loved him all the way, very life. She died before, and they were divorced briefly, but they were together for their basically entire whole life. And so they lived there for about a year until Shabbatai eventually came back to Jerusalem. But on the way to Jerusalem, he stopped in Gaza. He stopped in Gaza because he wanted to meet a young and up and coming Kabbalist. That young and up and coming Kabbalist, 23-year-old or 23-year-old Nathan Ben Elisha Ashkenaz. Nathan of Gaza is probably one of the leading Kabbalists, up and coming Kabbalists of my time. From his writing, he understands not just not just Kabbalah in general, he also understands really higher level debates that are going on inside of Kabbalah. So he even knows that there are specific schools of Lurianic Kabbalah, and Nathan of Gaza is actually wading into the waters with debate now around the nature of Kabbalah as it develops. Now, what ends up happening is Nathan of Gaza is also himself not just a mystic, but a prophet, and he's having visions. He begins to have visions as a young man, and these visions are such that he becomes kind of a mystical healer. Now, that idea of a mystical healer is completely foreign to Judaism. We actually have the same idea, for instance, in Sakluria. Sakluria is the position of the soul, as it's sometimes referred to. And there's the idea that people like Luria and Nathan of Gaza have by diagnosing the spiritual and by giving you a boon or a cure, a reparation. That cure will your spiritual uh, illness. It will solve your spiritual problem. And so, like what is happening, Jonathan actually traveled to Gaza. They say that it's a cure of what we might call manic depression, bipolar medication, Jordan. Well, what is happening is that he's traveling to Gaza. He stays with for several weeks. And in the several weeks, they go on this very long walk. They walk from Gaza to Jerusalem, which is quite a long walk. They also walk from Jerusalem to Hebron. And it's in those walks that eventually Nathan tells Shabbatai that Shabbatai is Messiah. He lays it on Shabbatai. He's like, not only can I not cure you, but you don't need to cure your Messiah. And Shabbatai says, look, I know that I'm the Messiah, but I'm not. I gave it up. I knew that I could be the Messiah, but I gave it up. He wanted to start. Um, what is happening eventually is that uh, Nathan officially announces the entire Shabbatai Messiah business near Shavuot 65, and Nathan possessed by the Samagi spirit, incredible spirit. And eventually, what's happening is that Shabbatai is experiencing a profound one of depression period, and then 3 days later, there's that back to the Messiah. Now, again, people declaring that he was Messiah is nothing serious. People every once in a while come along and say they're the Messiah. And what typically happens is that no one believes them, or very few believe them, and they get so what is happening. Well, what is happening with Shabbatai is absolutely shocking. In Gaza, he declares the Messiah, and now the fast, the Talmud, the abolished, and abolished out of their fast, and rather than their fast, now that the Hallel, that Hallel is what you say for praise, what you say code for praise, and so rather than the fast that the Talmud declares that abolished it, that the days of Messiah are here, the days of fasts are over, now I'll celebrate. And he takes, at this point, he has about 40 followers, takes them from Gaza to Jerusalem, and he declares himself the Messiah in Jerusalem. I am the Messiah. He tries to get on top of the Mount, perform sacrifice, try to inaugurate the reality of their temple. He also begins to refer to himself as Amirah, and Jerusalem community.
It's all right. Can you hear me? I absolutely can. Can you hear me? I'm well, thank God. How are you? Excellent. I'm excited to be here. Most certainly. And if possible, certainly I want to talk about my project, but additionally, topics on futurism and perhaps even some alien discussion. Is that okay for you? Excellent. Excellent. Great question. Well, you have really great SEO, so you should know like you're visible in a lot of places, absolutely in the important places, including iHeart and Spotify and Apple Podcasts. So, like, shout out to you. So, absolutely. So directly, it was through Spotify. You had your email listed, and I basically saw that you were open to these types of discussions. And I feel that hosts as yourself are more open to just really science and important discussions that maybe aren't maybe aren't occurring um, on a daily basis in the mainstream. But that doesn't mean that they're not important. It doesn't mean that they're not scientific. And so I felt like, hey, this is a great opportunity, and sent you an email, and the rest is history. Absolutely, absolutely, yes, 100%. Absolutely. And then occasionally with Riverside, some of the hosts need you to stay in the room afterward because of, and that's fine. I'm just checking on that. Absolutely. Sounds great. I'm lovely, thank God. Thank you for the opportunity to be here, Cesar. Absolutely correct. I'm Rabbi Rothschild for your audience. If you don't know who I am, chances are you will. I live stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 4 years. We're approaching 5 years. And I really have been doing so as a commitment to not just global peace, but ending world hunger and world thirst. I have created the largest data archive of human activity in global history. This, like you said, is a real life Truman Show, a real life Big Brother. This is a timeline and a time capsule of human achievement. In the 1990s, the phrase content is king was coined, and I'm making it true today. In my own way, I'm king of the internet. This is the biggest event in global history, and here's why. In 2017, The Economist magazine stated that data had overtaken petroleum as Earth's #1 resource. And I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever, which is making me very influential. I'm going viral, and when I do, I want to make you, your friends, your family, your audience, all financially independent if they're not already. I want to ensure that you all have generational wealth if you don't already. And I want you to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. And that's a little bit of an introduction about who I am and what I do. Excellent question. So, people of the past who did their own version of this. Buckminster Fuller was someone who had an idea to archive a human life using a journal, and people of the past who would use diaries had this kind of idea of recording a human life as best as possible. However, no one had done it in a way that was on video. And I was someone prior to the pandemic who was, in addition to being an Orthodox rabbi, I'm a certified project management professional. I've successfully launched apps on the App Store and Google Play. And my position had gone from going into work every day in a suit and tie to transitioning to a digital world and having remote work. And I, like many people, transitioned to this virtual world of being on camera much more often than I was normally used to doing. And my anxiety, I would say, of social media was decreased, and my confidence in being able to share parts of my life with not just my coworkers, but also people within my religious community increased. And it was in the summer of 2021 when I began getting GoPros, and I would start to record myself just in my daily activity. And one of the things that I really like to do is golf, and I wanted to see what my golf swing looked like on camera. And so I would take an iPhone and record myself. And every day after work at Tiger Woods' golf course in Anaheim, California. And I would notice sometimes I would slice the ball, or I'd hook the ball, or top the ball, whatever it may be, and I'd make jokes to myself, and just kind of knowing that I was on camera, but thinking, this might be a funny little quirk to be able to record. And I thought, you know what, God willing, someday I'll have a family, wife, and children, and if I do, I might want them to see what their dear old dad was like before they were even a gleam in my eye. And so I would take that data and archive it on the cloud, and I would just recognizing it. It was taking me a very long time to be able to download this information and upload it. And so in fall of 2021, I made the decision, if I'm going to do this, if I'm going to record aspects of my life, I want to do it better than any person. So I bought 33 different devices, everything from iPhones to Android smartphones to Chromebooks and laptops and GoPros and voice recorders, and put them all around myself. People who are watching this stream right now can watch me literally live 24/7. I'm live on YouTube on more than 20 different YouTube streams. And I want people to be able to view my life from a whatever way they're comfortable. If they want to be in my with my ceiling cam, they can view me from above. If they want to be right next to me on a pillow, right next to my bed, they can. If they want to view me straight on, they can. From the side, they can. These redundant streams I found to be beneficial to the audience and making sure that they were comfortable in viewing my life. Then also, you run into a lot of technical aspects when you're live streaming for such a long period of time. Everything from disconnects to app crashes to just random notifications that can cause issues with your stream. And recognizing that I don't have one stream that goes 24/7, I have multiple, and that redundant aspect of it makes my stream extremely valuable. And I think that in the future, people will not only study my stream from the story of my life, but it's a story of history. My streams go back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. This is a real life timeline and a real lifetime capsule. And I think people 10 years from now will watch this to understand what life was like in the pandemic and with all of these other events. 100 years from now, even 1,000 years from now, the data that we're creating, we're still in the infancy of the internet, and it will be studied. Moreover, I was an early adopter of ChatGPT in November 2022, so I have an entire year of my life that I archived that large language models were really not a part of our daily usage. And so I've been able to have like the pre-large language model era, and then its launch as a user of ChatGPT and OpenAI November 30th, 2022, and then everything that's happened since, how we've seen automation and uh, the competition from ChatGPT, from Gemini and Claude and Perplexity and Meta AI and DeepSeek and all of the others, how they're changing our society. And I think people in the future will study this. And then one last thing about this topic is I am really the largest human example of data for AI in which to build its models in the future. And thus, it's not just my life from one angle. It's like almost like the movie The Matrix. You can view my life from 360 degrees. So the cameras are archiving my micro behaviors. They are archiving my blinks per minute, my breaths per minute, my circadian rhythms when I sleep, um, my behavior, every aspect of the human, the human of a human life has been archived. And I think that that data will be of extreme value to people in the future, just how we see people's diaries and journals of generations ago to give us a good idea of what life was like from a human basis in the past. Oh yeah, absolutely. On like 20 different YouTube streams. Oh, absolutely. I had some people in here from Australia not too long ago because that's their it's like their daytime there, and Canada as well. I get people from certainly Oceania, Asia, Africa, definitely Europe, and then North and South America, depending on what daylight is in their area generally. And so it's almost like this routine of people who come in. I know when their waking hours are, and we come in. We talk about topics like time travel and perhaps like revivification of the dead. We talk about religious subjects. We talk about philosophical subjects, whatever they're interested in. But also pastoral leader. Many people I help through personal issues, um, certainly romantic issues. Maybe someone's having an issue with a loved one or something, or they've experienced a loss. I'm there to help people from all backgrounds. You don't have to be Jewish to be a part of this. I am Jewish, and there's a Jewish aspect of it, but in reality, it's humanist aspect too. So anyone from any background can connect with me. The the best place to do so is in Discord, discord.me/rabbi. I'm live in Discord 24 hours a day. And so that's a unique aspect of my streaming as well. Most users or most influencers, it's one way. Just have the chat generally if you're going to be able to connect, but not with my stream. If anyone wants to connect with me, discord.me/rabbi, they can watch me sleep, they can watch me eat, they can watch all aspects of my life. We have people who play games on a nightly basis or daily basis, depending on where we are in the world. I like to play board games. I certainly like to watch movies, sports. We've got the World Cup that's going on, Freedom 250s later today. There are some really exciting things that I've been able to archive, including multiple Olympic Games, both men's and women's World Cup. Certainly, the NBA title, which happened last night with the Knicks winning. We have multiple Super Bowls. This is really an archive of any person's interest. If you're a music lover, I have something for you in my Discord. If you're a sports lover, I have something for you in my Discord. And just really creating a community where anyone can connect. And then if you want to just never talk with me ever and just watch me on YouTube, we have that as well. I give people a portal into my life. And that's really unique as an influencer because most people aren't that comfortable doing that, but I have become so. I am not the only one, but for many years, I was the only one. I got a good head start on everybody. So I have found some other people who do similar things. For the audience, if they want to know, I don't really consider myself a streamer, but more an archivist. Let me explain the difference. People who stream, there are people who just start a stream and keep the stream going for long periods of time, and that's great. But generally, that's on Twitch or YouTube or something, and those streams are not archived for the general public for more than 12 hours. Mine are because every 12 hours I restart all of my streams. So there are basically little 12-hour segments that people can digest over the course of a given day so that you can watch my life last week, last month, last year, 4 years ago, just really interesting aspects that not everybody has the opportunity to be able to view. Moreover, the people who I've met who are doing this have not done it to the degree that I have. I've had people in my Discord like who have said, "Hey, I saw somebody else doing this on YouTube," and immediately when that happens, I want to know everything about them because we have so much in common. I want to connect with them on all our similarities, and so I have met other people who do this, but their streams are at maybe at this point like 340 days, and I'm over 1,700 days. So I'm approaching 5 years of doing this, but I'm glad that this is becoming more of a um, of a phenomenon. Some people call it live streaming as opposed to live streaming. Other people call it life logging. Um, it just depends on how one wants to discuss it. And there are some people who are uh, have the feeling that they just want to do it for a set period of time. They're going to do it for 1 year, and then they have that's it. I want to do it for the rest of my life. This is something that's very important to me. It gives me a platform to be able to discuss world peace, which is the heart of my project, and to discuss futurism and the benefit of humanity. And I think one day will perhaps make me a very influential individual. I don't do this for money. Fortunately, due to my success with launching of apps on the App Store and Google Play. I do have some financial independence, though I certainly can't travel the world in the way in which I may want to in the future. But it's good enough now that I don't necessarily have to work a full time job. The first year, though, that I did do this live streaming, approximately I did live stream while also working remotely. So there are going to be people who have the opportunity to see me balancing work life in real time, which I think gives the stream a certain flair as well, and will be quite interesting for people to be able to do in the future. But overall, this is somewhat unique in the way that I do it. The other people who stream their life, they don't do it with multiple cameras, and generally they don't archive it in the way in which I do. Absolutely, life Life vlogging, absolutely. And you are talking, you're the best. There's no doubt about it. I have more I have more content than any person ever. I multi-stream on more platforms than any person ever. I have over 100 YouTube accounts, over 200 Instagram accounts, over 500 Twitch accounts, over 1,000 TikTok accounts, over 2,000 Twitter accounts, over 5,000 Blue Sky accounts, and over 10,000 Kick accounts. There's no one doing what I'm doing. You're rocking with the best. Thank you. Well, I certainly have friends who I've built over the course of the live stream. My family, I like to surprise people, so they know I, that I'm basically um, working on a project, but I don't really reveal anything to them. Um, I do have my friends who, some of whom I have sent my links to, and what do you say to somebody who wants to do this? We wish you the best, and I haven't really found anybody who thinks it's a bad idea. So that's good. I've had a lot of support. And then really all the friends in the community that I've been able to grow. Just on Discord alone, I have nearly 3,000 people and some people who live alongside me. So I know if I'm willing to do it, there are people right now in my Discord who are streaming their life as well. They're watching this interview occurring right now, and they may not be archiving their life on YouTube and such, but in their own way, they've connected with my live stream, and they're being recorded in one way or another as well. So my IRL life generally, I've done my best to not not necessarily uh, oversaturate my IRL friends with my links in every single time that I'm streaming, but they know about it, and then so the people with whom I live, generally they have been on stream, but I do my best to allow them to have their privacy. I understand the privacy aspects of their life, so for the most part, they know that when I'm like if they're interacting with me, that I'm going to be live streaming it. But overall, this has really been my story and what I do. Though in the future, I would like to have many more people on this stream. I have had some fans come and visit me from as far away as like 8 hours away in like Northern California. They've come to the Los Angeles area. We've gone on picnics together. We have basically given people, like I've given them room tours and house tours and stuff. So I do have some IRL aspects of this. And I do do some IRL streaming with some friends. I've streamed as far north as Santa Barbara, as far south as San Diego, as far west as the desert and mountains, as far east, or as far east as the desert and mountains, as far west as the Pacific Ocean. I've streamed in Beverly Hills, Los Angeles, Disneyland, really everywhere in Southern California. So there are a lot of IRL people who have been on my stream. My family generally, I kept them. Did they just know I'm working on a project, and I'm really looking forward to surprising all of them and all of my IRL friends as well. But for those friends who I have shared this with, they've been quite positive. Yeah, I think some of them have like looked me up and researched it, and then maybe sent me a text or something like that, and they'll be like, "Is this?" Yeah, exactly. And so I have shared some things with them, but like I don't have brothers or sisters, and within my family, I've always been someone who goes their own way, and it's a unique individual, and so from that aspect, I think that I'm in a really great place to be able to surprise a lot of people, but I think a lot of people in my family definitely know what I'm doing, and those people with whom I've had contact, they've all been very positive about it. And when I was a child, I used to mention doing something like this to my family. We would have like events, whatever it may be, and we would have like the old VHS camcorder kind of a deal, and I would ask my family, why don't we just continue to run the tape while we're living our lives? And the answer to that was, well, nobody really does that, and there are certain private aspects of a family that not everyone might want to record, and then also the feasibility of this. I remember asking this, and it would be like, well, over the course of just a month, we would probably run out of a room full of cassette tape. And so, over the course of a year, you'd have to have 12 extra rooms to be able to store all of this. But those types of challenges have been overcome with the invention and the usage of live streaming, where I don't have to store this data on my own. It's all cloud stored, and what I consider that I'm creating are home movies of myself, and I'd like to share these with my future family as well. So, in addition to my family being able to view these streams in the future and know what I was doing during this, I also want to share it with the people who don't even exist yet. I live with people. So I generally do my best to stream within the confines of my room. I do have roommates, and they have been on the stream, but generally they like to keep their private lives. And occasionally I will stream like I sh- I do my best not to stream in the bathroom anymore. But and the reason why I say that, I don't have an issue with it, but a lot of the terms and conditions of the different platforms do not want that type of content. So what I do is I usually take a GoPro, and whenever I'm showering or bathing or whatever, I will wear some type of like swim trunks or something, or record myself from above the waist. And generally, from that aspect, there's a lot of that content that is on different social media. But because I don't want to lose my accounts, I don't. I do my best to not um, jeopardize them anymore because like especially with AI, um, they don't know that I may have shorts on in the shower or whatever swim trunks. So there are some aspects of it that I do everything I can to preserve the data in as best a way I can. Um, and uh, so from that perspective, there are some other areas of my house that I do show, and I have had other members on my streams, but generally it's about myself. Though I have had some visitors come visit and given them room tours and such. So it's not only about me, but I respect that other people don't want their life archived, and so I have to be understanding of those needs as well. Yeah, so generally I have things delivered to me. Though when I go on walks and things, I will take at least one or two devices with me. But I don't really enjoy those streams as much because I'm really focused on battery time and lighting and audio and connectivity. And those are some issues when you're just a single live streamer that you run into. Um, as opposed to if I am in my house, I have 33 different devices. I have clear Wi-Fi. People can hear me. I don't have to worry about dropping the devices. Or really, a major issue that occurs when you live stream is the overheating of the phone, where you just get that temperature message that comes up that says your phone needs to cool down. And especially when you are live streaming and you have the brightness up or whatever it may be, um, you can run into that issue pretty easily, especially in the California sun. So um, for the most part, I have things delivered. In terms of restaurants, I keep kosher, so and in Orange County there aren't many kosher restaurants, so to speak. They're generally in Los Angeles County, but I do have some um, of my archive that is at restaurants. One of my favorite places to go is a dairy restaurant called the Milky Way. It is owned by Steven Spielberg, and his mother started it. And so I have a lot of footage of my from the early days of my stream there and some other restaurants. In terms of shopping, I do have a lot of archives of me at like the pharmacy or the store, whatever I may need to be picking up. Um, and so I can't say necessarily that this is only a stream in one location. Uh, I do have I do have quite a bit of footage of shopping, and I really don't have a lot of fears when it comes to the streaming aspect. Like when I go to the ATM, I show people what's in my bank account so that they're aware. No other streamers are going to do that. I show people my PIN. No other streamers are going to do that. Um, and what else? Like I know like even just live streaming my life at a computer. If you have other streams that are recording you, somebody could reverse engineer your password to all of your devices. The way that I see it is, if I become popular enough that people want to do that, let them, because everybody will know about me by at that time. And I have enough issues getting into my own account that if somebody else thinks that they'll be able to get into my accounts, well, by all means, let them. I don't really have too many fears in terms of that. I have a lot of two-factor authentication. And it would just be very difficult for someone, I believe, to be able to get into most anything that I do. However, for those people who want to try, I'm I they have the ability if they really want to watch all of my streams, but again, you have to have some really great Zoom, and probably you're gonna have some errors in trying to understand what my passwords are and such. So I don't have too much of an issue in terms of the security of my stream. Again, it's difficult enough for me to be able to do it, but in terms of going to the store, a lot of the stuff I have is just delivered and then I can make my meals at home. In terms of driving in the car and stuff, I have huge amounts of data archived from just driving in LA and talking to the camera. That's one thing I would say that is unique when you're live streaming your life. If I weren't on camera all the time, I wouldn't have many of the conversations that I have to the camera. But I know I'm live streaming, and so I don't want it to just be silent. So I kind of treat the camera like it's another person, and I've done that especially when I do IRL streaming. Like what's an example? Like I might see something that's really interesting, and I'll make a comment on the camera, like, "Do you see this building or whatever? They've just redone this building. It looks really great, etc., etc." You'll see in the earlier streams that we have that this building looks different, but I'm noticing it. And instead of me keeping that information silent to myself, as I normally will when I'm not streaming, I will make comments like that. But an overall answer to your question, I do live streams at the store and at restaurants and such. But generally, most of my stream just takes place within my house, and that's where it's easiest to stream. So that's where I'm most comfortable. I do. Many times when I'm working on a project, I'm quiet and I'll be quiet for several hours. And I won't be vocal until someone comes into my Discord and says, "Hey, how are you?" And then I'll ask them how they found out about me. If they're new, if they're not new, I'll ask them about their day, about a project that was going on, about a question that they had. But there are large amounts of my stream where I am just silent. However, that doesn't mean that nothing is going on. I keep a radio going in the background of my streams 24 hours a day that is archived in the world's events. So you can go back to any moment of any day, essentially for the last 4 and moving into 5 years, and know not just what was going on in my life, but what was going on in world history, which I think is a really interesting aspect of the streams as well. So even when I'm silent, somebody could be listening to the radio alongside me learning what's going on and with with how I am experiencing life. I've heard this described as well. If any of the listeners or you have ever played the game Grand Theft Auto, there are radios within Grand Theft Auto, and the radio almost becomes its own character within because it allows you to know what's going on in the character's life. And in a lot of ways, I feel my radio does the same. Um, and my reactions to what's going on. I mean, I remember where I was when Queen Elizabeth died. I remember where I was when there was the assassination attempt against Donald Trump. I remember where I was when we had the election and things like that, and my reaction directly to hearing this news. And then usually, if there's a big news event that goes on, I'll take in 30 minutes or an hour or so and talk about it, so that like what my initial feelings are, what my initial um, reaction is to this, because I know that there's a very good chance that people will study this in the future, and I want to give them as much information as they would want. Thank you. Yes. Yeah. Oh yeah, absolutely. Every day I get people who send me really mean messages. Uh, Many times because of my religion, many times because they're just bored and they don't have anything to do and they want to get a reaction out of someone. I let the negativity roll off my back like water off a duck. Basically, having thick skin, confident in what I do. I know I'm an intelligent person and I don't let anybody get in my way. In my own way, I feel I'm the coolest person on earth. I live stream my life. Like, what's cooler than that? And if I know internally I'm comfortable with myself, no one else is going to be able to affect what I do. Do I get people who say that they want to cause me direct harm? Yeah, I do, and I don't really let it bother me. I know it's just chatter on the internet, and I know that a lot of times the people, I do my best. One thing I must say, to be on my Discord, you have to be 18 years old. But I get people on my YouTube I have no control over who just want to chirp at me, and maybe they aren't of age, and I know what it was like before I was 18, and you just don't have the same maturity that you have. So I don't worry about that too much. In terms of my movement for global peace, I do get people who maybe are not against it, but they just are doubtful of it. And but not when I explain to them my thoughts. And so I say to them, look, we're in 2026. When I was a kid, people used to talk about world peace, and it's been this goal for perhaps all of humanity to be able to have some type of world peace system. If you study colonial empires who did exploration hundreds of years ago, generally they needed to have peace and in the home country, in the motherland, before they could do all types of exploration. And so in the same way, if humans are ever to get off world and start exploring the solar system, the inner solar system, the outer solar system, interstellar travel, the cosmos, and such. We need to have peace on Earth. We can't have civil wars because we won't have the ability to be able to have the resources to be able to balance both traveling or space exploration and fighting wars at home. So I see it as an inevitability. And I'm a transhumanist. I'm someone who thinks that we are moving away from our traditional Homo sapien type background into something new. Some people call it techno Homo and such. But I think that if we are able to reverse age and perhaps delay death for some individuals on Earth, that the idea of world peace no longer becomes a problem for future generations. It becomes our problem. And because of that, um, I find that this becomes a real issue that we need to discuss. And for those people, once they hear me discuss like that, and they say, "Okay, Rabbi, how are you going to live longer than the average person?" If I may just interject with this, because it helps to understand world peace, I'm someone who is who, at least for people who watch my stream, I want to give them the resources to be able to utilize emerging technologies like oxygen therapy, human growth hormone, stem cells, cryonics, cryogenics, nootropics, peptides, cold shock therapy, red light therapy, testosterone replacement therapy, blood transfusions, and whatever the emerging technologies are. The first anti-aging and reverse aging pharmaceuticals have already been distributed to humans. And so when I start to talk about this and increasing the average life expectancy of my audience and anyone who watches this from age 80 to age 100 and 120, I get people to say, okay, well, maybe that is a realization. And then they say, okay, well, what happens when my body starts breaking down at age 120 or whatever it would be? And I say to them, this is all with your consent. But if you want, you may be able to utilize a type of technology or other types of technologies, but one in particular known as mind uploading technology where, with your consent, we scan your brain into a computer like a CAT scan or an MRI, knowing where every atom is in your central nervous system and your peripheral nervous system, for later download as an android, an avatar, a cyborg, a cybernetic being, a clone of yourself, a robot, an ethereal being, whatever you want to be. But essentially, what I'm saying to you and your audience is that the opportunity of some type of immortality or digital immortality may not be too far off. And if that's the truth, then the idea of having a world peace scenario becomes more realistic, that it's something that we all are going to have to overcome the challenge to endure. So when I put the world peace topic in those types of terms, that it's no longer an issue for the future generations and just kicking the ball down the can down the road, and it becomes perhaps our issue, people awaken to that. And then also the idea that if we are going to have space exploration, that we need to have peace at home first. And uh, we're 99.99% the same DNA generally. We have so many things that unite us as a species than that which divide us. And that's what I do on my streams, really to focus on that which unites us. No matter your background, your income, your creed, your color, your culture, whatever it is, we all, and people can witness on my stream, we all laugh, we all want to have fun, we all want to be entertained, we all eat, we all sleep, we all sneeze, whatever it is. And I think that my streams give people a unification aspect to recognize that we're all not that different, and that peace is achievable if we just begin to talk about it. There's a quote of John Lennon: all we are saying is give peace a chance. And that's all I'm saying as well. So, from that aspect and the pursuance of world peace, when people hear that and they're actually listen to me, I'm able to convert a lot of people. And so overall, do I get some negativity? Do I get threats? Every single day. But they don't bother me at all. I'm very comfortable in what I do. I know that this perhaps could be one of the biggest projects in global history. And I know if we look at humanity into the future and we don't destroy ourselves, world peace is inevitable in order to explore the cosmos. Thank you. Okay, so you're saying just like consciousness? Okay, sure. Sure. Uh, Well, probably something along the lines of a human zoo. And what do I mean? I think there is a lot of evidence, and I don't know for sure. It's very difficult to verify any of this, but we may be part of something known as guided panspermia, basically that aliens seeded humanity here on Earth or seeded life on Earth and do experiments just in the same way that we do experiments on animals in a zoo or perhaps on a safari or just in the wild by tagging them. And from that perspective, somebody may say, "Where do you base this on, Rabbi?" Because that goes generally against a lot of creation stories, and I think that there are ways to intertwine creation stories with this type of idea, but there are some whistleblowers. One in particular, he was an S4, a Sector 4, Site 4 scientist of Area 51 named Bob Lazar. In his briefing of working at the Nevada Test Site Area S4 of Area 51 or Site S4, um, he in his briefing it was stated that aliens have been here since the beginning, that we are seated here, and that they have done at least 65 major DNA um, alterations on humans, which would explain perhaps why we seem so uh, intelligent in comparison to even other primates or other animals. And that would make a lot of sense to me that um, if we, Cesar, if let's say we had all the power in the world and we could do exploration, and I said to you, hey, there's this area in the corner of the universe, and it has a Goldilocks zone where it can be inhabited, and we're going to make this for you. What would you do? It would be very much like a sim building experiment where you would create a civilization, maybe different types of species, see how they react, might be able to study them, and there are other like alien abductees who discuss perhaps that this has been that we've been seeded here. Now there's the idea of just panspermia, where perhaps we came from like an asteroid or something like that. That all could very be true as well. But when you get into the alien um, phenomenon, you recognize they're here every day. That we have them on camera. We have military whistleblowers about them. We have people who say that there's some type of program that is being undergone, that where we have communications with them. And to me, the best way in answer to your question is a human do. Now there are other people that say, well, is this a simulation? It depends how you define simulation. Um, there are also the idea of the there's also the idea of the multiverse, and maybe every single moment that we're experiencing is happening on other dimensions as well. The answers to that I don't have. I wish I did, and I wish I could share them. But overall, from what I've understood for the alien phenomenon, there's a plan or guided panspermia. Um, Earth is and for lack of a better term, a zoo where experiments are going on, and we're being guided um, to being a Type 1 civilization. Um, and on the Kardashev scale, if your audience is aware of that. If they're not aware, basically a Soviet scientist, Kardashev, developed a scale, the different types of potential civilizations that may exist in the cosmos. And a tier one basically is a civilization that is able to control it, or at least absorb all of the energy that is being outputted from the home planet. Tier two is like of the star, and tier three is perhaps of the galaxy, and something along those lines. And so we are still in our infancy in terms of where we are evolving as a civilization. And in many ways, if we were being observed by aliens, not just perhaps one species, but other species, this would be, um, for lack of a better term, a human zoo. So, in summary of my answer, how would I describe this to someone? Human zoo. It could be because of our guided evolution, if that's really a thing. And to anyone who is listening out there, I don't know. Cesar doesn't know. We are just doing our best to take educated guesses at this. And anyone who does tell you that they know, I would be leery of. So with that as just a basis, the idea, and one other thing I wanted to say about what you said was that maybe all of the ideas of a simulation or a matrix or a human zoo are all accurate at the same time. I absolutely agree that could be something. Um, these are subjective interpretations of what's going on. So that doesn't necessarily mean that there's one objective answer, that many different interpretations could be different or diverse, but have the same end. So, with that also being said, but it does seem that humans have had some type of evolutionary advancement that doesn't necessarily synchronize seemingly with your traditional animal mutations. Like, what do I mean? Or evolution, I should say. We have been able to utilize tools and shelter and be able to manipulate our environment far better than any of our uh, the current animals that exist on Earth. There's an argument to be made that well maybe there was Homo erectus or Neanderthals or something like that that um, perhaps during a time of earlier human development maybe there was more competition and then the Homo sapien eventually won out. That's an interesting interpretation and could be accurate. I don't necessarily know, and nor do I think anyone knows. But then there are other interpretations as well that there's the stoned ape theory, basically the idea that maybe mushrooms or psilocybin had some type of development to allow for some type of mutation or that enhanced human um, evolution. I'm not closed minded to any of these, but what does make sense to me is what Bob Lazar was allegedly briefed on in his initial paperwork at Area 51 S4, and that 65 major DNA alterations have occurred on the human species, and that's why we are so much more advanced than what we currently are. But again, do I know that for a fact? No. And Bob Lazar himself doesn't necessarily believe that. That's just something that he read. He thinks that this could perhaps be disinformation or maybe to be able to track uh, a whistleblower to some extent. But um, it makes sense to me. It absolutely makes sense to me. If we had a simulation game and you and I were just working on it, and we would generally expect the species to stay somewhat close in terms of their evolution, not necessarily have one just advance so much more quickly than all of the others. In terms of our brain size versus our body size, we have quite large brains. And especially in terms, not just brain size, that's not necessarily the important part. It's about surface area and how much surface area that our brains have and their ability to make interpretations and to problem solve and such. Um, so I would say that uh, the I'm someone who thinks that we have not done all of this evolution organically. That there may have been some we have maybe have had some um, assistance along the way, perhaps off world. Also, maybe there was some type of psilocybin or something that we were able to utilize that enhanced our brain cognition or something like that. But generally, I would think that we would, if we didn't have the same type of guidance or advancement, then we would just be like a large ape, much like a chimpanzee or an orangutan or a gorilla or something like that. That is still very primitive in its evolution, as opposed to what we have, where we have space tourism and we have cultures and the ability to certainly travel around the world at supersonic speed. These are just a development that I don't think are are organic. And actually, if I may add on to this, now that it triggered something in my mind. even what we have as humans in the last 100 years, really since Roswell, has seen exponential amount of development. And so this goes to a theory of Colonel Philip J. Corso, uh, and it is in his book Day After Roswell. Basically, he was a military whistleblower who stated that after the 1947 crash at Corona, known as Roswell, much of the craft that had uh, the craft on the ground was much of that that the scraps or whatever the evidence was gathered and eventually given to the major contractors post World War II, places like Bell Laboratories and Edison, General Electric, and basically asked to be reverse engineered and a uh, in in a way that if they were able to reverse engineer it, then they could basically claim the patents on it. And this is how we allegedly got the transistor. This is allegedly how we got stealth technology. This is allegedly how we got Scotch guard and things like the integrated circuit and things like perhaps night vision and quite a few other things, maybe even some types of communication. So I think that that's another step of our evolution that really hasn't had that much of effect on our DNA, so to speak, but certainly on how we view ourselves in 2026 or the modern age. And so we may have had guided uh, or planned panspermia, whatever you want to call it, seeded here. Then we may have had some type of DNA modifications done by some other uh, type of species, some other type of alien or extraterrestrial species. Then on top of that, we have the reverse engineering of alien technology that allow us to communicate in the way that we're communicating now. And if you really look at technology in really after World War II, it's just been this explosion that we haven't been able to necessarily grasp yet. The fact that I think the argument is between 1901 and something like 1901 and let's just say 1970 or so. Within 60 years, we went from never being able to get off the ground using a plane, maybe we can a balloon or something like that, or some type of blimp or something. But we went from really having no fixed wing aircraft to supersonic jets. That's an amazing amount of development over a very short amount of time. And if that amount of evolution or technological advancement wasn't assisted, then it's an amazing credit to the human race. But there's a lot of evidence that shows that it was. Yes, absolutely. Yes, yes. That's absolutely correct. And to just give a summary, in addition to Velcro, some of the other developments uh, that Philip J. Corso references are things like integrated circuits, so microelectronics, fiber optics, lasers, night vision, Kevlar, and advanced materials, and then also some things perhaps and types of radar, particle beams. But really, if even just the idea of um, microelectronics or integrated circuits, that's every aspect of humanity that we have in the modern age. And so, um, if even we just glean that information from another alien uh, civilization, that would be enough to see much of the development that we have, let alone all of the other types of things that we may be able to have received or been able to reverse engineer. And to your point, um, maybe we don't even have it all yet. Maybe it is still just being um, disclosed. There's an argument to be made that we're in a period of soft disclosure, or some say it's just a slow disclosure. And over time, we have different types of technologies that are emerging. And now with AI, in its own way, that is allowing us to advance so much faster than we even within the last 10 years. Just yeah, the idea if you were to say to a student 10 years ago, if you ask somebody, what do you want to be? And they would say, well, I want to be a coder, maybe a software engineer someday. And uh, that's a great aspiration. But now we wouldn't want them to be a coder because just a basic large language model can code better than the best coder in the entire world right and it's just going to get better. Just from that perspective, we have seen the world change, let alone what happens when we've had AI, artificial general intelligence, AGI, and then moving into artificial superintelligence within the coming decades. It's going to revolutionize every aspect of society, and there's a very good argument that all of this could have been connected to perhaps extraterrestrial origin. Yes, it's a good question. Um, Kind of. There are some colors that the human eye cannot interpret. So one of these is known as like magic magenta. It's like a pink color, or a certain color of teal. There are some colors out there. If you want to go into like things that the human eye can't perceive, perhaps there's a whole other world out there. But really, everything is within the color wheel, right? I mean, that's what you're basically saying. Um, yes, right, correct. I'm in I'm in agreement with you. And something that you triggered um, is a quote by Ben Rich, the former director of Lockheed Martin's skunk work. Anything you can imagine, we already know how to do. And also something else that you said that I've heard of whistleblowers, they basically have stated that when we have 1 year that passes on the above ground calendar, the black budget calendar advances by a century, and we are just slowly being the new advancement in technology. And yeah. So the idea is that there are groups with Lockheed Martin and Skunk Works and Boeing and Raphael Advanced Defense Systems of Israel and L3 and Northrop Grumman, basically your military industrial contractors who have maybe through classified programs been able to have access to types of technology that isn't available to us when I say above ground, basically in the classified world. And thus, when 1 year passes on our calendar in the unclassified world, perhaps 100 years of advanced technology could take place in the classified. Whether this is true or not or accurate, your guess is as good as mine. But it would make sense that if you had, let's just say, AI 10 years ago, that you could have quite an advancement on what's going on um, with classified budgets and black projects, and 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 be able to advance certain types of technologies much faster than you could without it. Before, you would need a lot of human um, uh, quality assurance. You would need human innovation. But with AI, it can replace all of that. So if this, and I don't think that AI just emerged with OpenAI's ChatGPT in November 2022. It had been worked on for many years, and eventually, perhaps, was humans were allowed to use it, or people in the non classified world were able to use it. But there's a very good chance that AI may have been utilized before then in just black budget programs, and so there's arguments to be made as well that it is that the defense, the military industrial complex is more powerful than the United States government or any world government or any government in the world, I should say, that they don't that they are there's no um, accountability for their budget. It's basically signed off with full approval, and they're uh, they have no bid contracts. Organizations like Halliburton and Bechtel basically can rebuild entire countries when you or I couldn't create an organization to be able to compete. They basically have a huge head start, and they could be sitting on a lot of technology. Even even companies that are probably more familiar uh, from a uh, the audience's perspective, things like Apple or Amazon or Google. Like Google has Project X, or that's basically their classified arm. Apple has classified arms. Amazon certainly does, especially with its relationship with the United States government. And there's very good chance that there are advancements that are being made by contractors that aren't allowed to the public for months, years, or decades, and they could be quite advanced. And uh, in summary to the original question, what do I mean by on the surface or above ground? Basically, that the advancements that we're seeing from the corporations that we go to work to which we go to work every day and such may not necessarily be the only advancements that are taking place. That there could be huge advancements that are occurring, but generally these are kept in a compartmentalized industry, which is the military industrial complex. Okay. Um, so it's basically what's the difference between an invention and a discovery, so to speak? Or there's some. It does. I'm thinking through it almost from a philosophical point. Aren't all inventions just in their own way some type of discovery? Basically, things exist out there, but we haven't discovered the ways how to do them. So, in the same way, like we say the invention of fire, something like that, just as a rudimentary example. Well, it's just something that we discovered, or the invention of electricity. Well, that already existed, it's something we discovered, or the invention of microelectronics. Well, that that already existed from a physics perspective. We just had to put things together to be able to discover it. And in the same way, I would say that's accurate for AI. That AI exists. Artificial superintelligence exists. We just have to discover how to do it. And so I don't see a necessarily a huge differentiation between the idea of inventing something and discovering something. It's really the how. How do you get from one point to another? But the idea that so let's say something like traveling faster than the speed of light, if it's possible, which it's been hypothesized in both that it's not, but also that it uh, has already is already there. It's just waiting for us to discover how to. And so I think that AI is something that we're discovering. We're discovering how to do it, and then we put the term on it that it was invented, but in reality, everything is just awaiting our discovery. Futurism, the study of the future, world peace, absolutely. So I feel people don't focus on the future as much as we should, and we talk about history a lot, and I love history, but the idea of even just futurism or futurology, the study of the future, is not really a common phrase that's used, and I want it to be. I want people to discuss where we're going as a species. And so topics like anti-gravity, antimatter, faster than light travel, faster than light communication, space tourism, space elevator, space slingshot, things like perhaps space habitats and terraforming of other planets, interstellar travel, telekinesis, teleportation, things like uh, telepathy or Santa Claus machine, basically a replicator, a 3D printer that's connected to all of the world or all of the elements in the periodic table that can create whatever you want. These are all inventions that perhaps within the next century or the coming century will become a reality. And we're even in almost what some people would consider to be science fiction has become science reality or science tech, one in which is known as de-extinction. And for those listening, what is de-extinction, Rabbi? It's basically uh, bringing once extinct species back to life or back to fruition. Uh, Many people want to call this like, is that what you would see in Jurassic Park? That's a far advanced level of perhaps de-extinction, but for a more realistic idea of de-extinction, it's already taken place. The first successful de-extinction took place in the year 2003 with the Pyrenean ibex, which was a goat located in northern Spain, southern France. Fast forward to the year 2021, a company out of Dallas, Texas, is founded known as Colossal Bioscientific. They've made it their goal that within the next 2 years, or by the year 2028, to reintroduce the woolly mammoth into the Arctic Circle utilizing Asian elephant surrogates, which I just think is a mind blowing goal. And I'm just surprised that more people aren't talking about it. They, Colossal made um, waves and had some um, uh, publicity when they had their direwolf project. If you've seen their direwolves or the audience has seen their direwolves, now many people will say, well, this isn't true de-extinction. These are hybrids. Okay, it's getting there. I mean, we just started this basically within the last 3 decades or so, but give it 300 years and see where we're at with this. Following the reintroduction of the woolly mammoth, scientists want to bring back the Tasmanian tiger, followed by the dodo bird, which is just a really exciting set of goals that I feel that many people in the past would have considered to be science fiction, and I consider it to be science fact. And we're moving towards science fact. Other things about which I'm passionate, of course, are world peace, ending world hunger through the use of technologies such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding, ending world thirst. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency that one of the things that we do is we build wells and water towers in developing nations for the benefit of the less fortunate. Additionally, I'm an advocate for the Life Share program, and most importantly, these